time we're started.
All right. So let's see. It's going to be Paradise Vale. Another trip down into the southern hexes, this time going farther past the hex where the Shadow Lynx was encountered and eventually slain. Heading southwest from there into some uncharted territory where it is rumored by most and known by some that a race of feathered humanoids referred to as Blackbirds dwell. With the party today as a result of the Chucklehounds being defeated several weeks ago and now forced to carve out a mine in their former dwelling. One of the former prisoners of the Chucklehounds, a Blackbird, has come to join the outpost and has begun to integrate themselves into the society and culture, at least albeit slowly. They have either agreed or volunteered to lead back a few representatives of the outpost to the actual village of the Blackbirds. So that is our premise. Let's see. So hearing that you all were anticipating going back to the village, of course, before you're able to head out of the outpost, you get a rapid summons. A small kobold runs up to you. His blue scales or blue and green scales kind of flashing in the sunlight as he makes his way between all of you, passing you all a hastily written note bidding you to please see Amias Anderson at the Mages Guild before attempting any diplomatic relations. Doesn't want you or anyone else sullying what could be a prosperous and strong relationship.
It's finally gonna get to use that goddamn letter.
You can see Amias Anderson is underlined 4 times in Sharpie.
Yeah, we'll probably look at the summons and then just roll her eyes I think we can handle this, but okay.
Right. Do you all eventually make your way to Amias's office?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah.
Who's the first to arrive, and we'll do establishing shots, just real quick.
I mean, Jail can show up.
All right. Ooh, yeah, using the new token art. All right, the first to walk in is...
You see a shorter Valorian woman with very large hair come in looking somewhat no nonsense and a little annoyed to have gotten this summons because she's a strong, independent Valorian who don't need no mage before sending her out on a quest. And so she kind of just barges in to Amias's office and just kind of glares at him.
He greets you amicably, not noticing your distress at all, and bids you to wait for the rest of the party. Who would be the second to arrive?
Okay, I guess
Vexen,
Alright, go for it.
yeah, Vexen will come in. He's a light blue scaled kobold. He's got a nice clothes. He's got give you a smile, and soon he will have a nice jacket. But that is not this day.
Amias nods to
Sipping
you.
a glass of iced tea, I guess. I don't know.
You can see his lips are mighty parched as he stares at you. But he waits nonetheless. He sips his coffee.
Shortly after Vexen, we would have another kobold arrive. This time red. And, well, looking rather, let's say, distrustful at everybody here who he doesn't know yet. I don't believe we have anybody who Sinch has been on a quest with. Either way, after getting the summons from Amias, he would have headed over, and now he's just waiting in a corner for him to hopefully explain.
Blackbird would probably be next. See, fairly tall Blackbird with a ring mail, a shield, and a warhammer at his side as he walks up the stairs.
Okay, I found your character now.
Oh yeah, there we go.
All right. As you enter, Amias kind of, you can see he noticeably kind of steps back. His eyes kind of widening. He kind of composes himself, and he gives you a bow. Says, "Ah, illustrious guest, welcome, and thank you for coming. We have one more that will be joining your party in the excursion today. Let's please give them some time. You can go ahead and familiarize yourself with all of the wonders of Valorian society that are present here in my office." He gestures widely, and you can see such things as candles on his desk, a book open with writing on it, and some shelves.
He'd give a light nod.
And I assume like some sort of blood or something from where someone's dumped something on his desk.
Ah, yes, a hastily covered up bloodstain on the rug and as well as his desk, yeah. Now, let's see, finally we have...
So Anne walks in. You look at her. She's a very shorter Valorian, very athletic. Sometimes mistaken as a Dundoran. But she walks in. She's wearing chainmail. I mean, not chainmail. Scale mail, and she has a cloak, a fur cloak that looks like its claps. The claps that are holding it together are necrotically worn, bony claws. She steps in and looks at Mike and says, "What's this about?"
He kind of shirks back, whereas in surprise for Hart, it's more in, perhaps fear from Anne Payne. He says, illustrious Anne Payne, I've remarked amicably on your exploits in the Chucklehound territory. Very well done, very well handled. I would like to think that perhaps some of my relations and diplomatic maneuvering were able to assist you, but I'm sure the vast majority was your skill and prowess in combat. Anyway, okay, go ahead.
She'll nod and say thank you, and then steps aside.
Well then, I've assembled you all here today, and he kind of waggles his eyebrows at you all, to go on a diplomatic excursion to the southern reaches of explored territory in this new world. You all will be led by this intrepid fellow, kind of gesturing towards the Blackbird. They have... Would your character have agreed, or I guess, would Amias have reached out to you, or would you have reached out to somebody else with an offer to lead them back to the village, Lex?
Probably, since Anne is here, probably used Anne as a go-between because she's one of the ones who saved him.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah. In that case, he'll say, has graciously offered to lead some of our delegation back to that village where perhaps we can establish maybe trade routes at the barest minimum of diplomatic relations, at the least. Something you all should be able to handle as introductory members into COERCE. And he kind of nods to Vexen and Singe, who I believe have been inducted. He begins to reach into his desk drawer, going for the tin badges, kind of looking over at Jail, the Blackbird, and Anne to see if there's any interest between them for these flimsy COERC badges. Is there any interest?
No.
And holds her
I don't even
hand up.
remember when Amias gave him Vex of his. I guess he just like quickly put it on his coat as he was leaving one time, and he just forgot about it.
You were doing laundry one day and you noticed there's a pin poked onto it. Official deputy, COERC. Miles will fish around. He'll bring 2 out, and he will pass 1 to Anne and 1 to the Blackbird.
Oh, Blackbird shook his head for no. Doesn't
Oh,
want
okay. Yeah, he puts it back. Yeah. So-
I don't believe Cinch was inducted before, so he would probably accept one and bite it like you would bite a coin to check if it's actually good metal.
It bends.
It definitely.
Miles looks shocked and he says, "No, it's not food. You pin it like this," and he kind of shows you by pinning his own onto his own. His is like a sheriff's star, much larger. Probably made of the same flimsy stuff, though. He shows it how you pin it on. Anyway. Some of the chief points of this mission, I would hope, if you could find whatever sort of leadership, or perhaps what sort of fortifications, maybe trade capabilities. This assess what sort of facilities this village has. Bring this information back, and we can propose a more tantalizing package and extend our offer of peace and freedom. To do this, I proposed a letter. He whips out a letter. You can see that is stacked full of paper. It's got a big wax seal on it. He looks around at all of you, and of course lands on Anne, and will between Anne and the Blackbird. He has 2 letters actually. Pulls out a second one, both equally magnificent, and he hands them each one.
Burp will reach out a clawed hand and grab it, stick it into his pack.
All right. He whips around, his cloak billowing, and goes back to his desk, kind of standing beside it, and continues. He says, "Well then, is your mission clear? Do you have anything you require to aid you? You'll be crossing over the cleared shadow territory, but I don't imagine it'll give you much trouble, I'm sure."
Do we know much about that area beyond what our feathered friend here had to say?
Well, he hasn't had... Well, I guess,
Looking
You-
at the Blackbird and asking, like, is there anything we need to keep in mind when we're heading to your people's territory?
What would he say? He'd probably mimic a sound of Hogfolk.
Yeah, Myas nods, says, "Yes, it is well documented, of course, by myself, that the Blackbirds and the Hogfolk seem to have some ill relations. I'm sure their initial meeting did not involve such an illustrious letter."
Well, then, if we're going to be anticipating any sort of conflict, perhaps some supplies to help replenish ourselves, if that happens, on our way there.
Ah, yes. Well, I've been working on a new type of ration. Half the weight. Twice the nutrition. Is this what you're referring to, or do you just want regular old potions?
What's in those rations?
Yeah, Jill's looking at it. Sus.
He pops the lid on one of these patented creations. You can see that the any source of like carbs have been removed, and it's just packed full of some sort of meat that's been dried. So the entire thing, whereas a typical ration would have like some dried fruits, hardtack, jerky, maybe like a fresh fruit, this one's just all meat.
Sounds pretty good.
It's great, and he kind of brings out a small piece, offers it to you.
Yeah, and we take one.
If you try it, it is average quality, maybe 6 out of 10, 7 out of 10 jerky. It's very tough, hard to chew.
Not bad, not bad. It's not. It's much better than what I was with the Choco House did. So this is pretty good.
Does anybody want to a tasting check?
I mean, if the tasting's free, then Singe will take one.
Anybody have animal handling or what's it called? Nature.
I think I've.
I do have animal
nature.
handling.
If you want to discern what it is.
Yeah, I have nature. I want to know.
Amias was okay. Ooh, nice. Okay, yeah. Amias was you'll recall Amias recently was forced to go down into the basement and clean up an old laboratory that he had left over when he was in his enterprising younger days. Roughly a couple months ago, and there was a lot of giant creatures down there that gorged themselves on some of his enlargement potions, and he didn't know what to do with all the meat. So now he's made rations. The creatures down there are mostly giant rats and giant spiders.
Not bad, not bad. And we'll say that out loud while Jail's looking at expecting the food.
Yeah, I mean, other than the meat source, the seasonings used are new ones found in the New World, and I mean, it's average quality. It's probably pretty decent for being rodent tier, I guess.
Yeah, try one. Oh, go ahead.
As like Jail is like inspecting it and like kind of attempting to daintily eat jerky, which you can't do. She will just sort of eventually say, "Well, I'm glad to see you figured out a way to deal with the rat carcass problem."
I don't know why you would bring that up now, but of course, I am a man of many unique overlapping qualities.
I mean, it's pretty good rat. I mean, that like this whole time he's been like squinting at the two Valorians, like, you change. You will change your hair, like commenting on the new art.
Oh yes, I did. I figured out a better way to keep it to stay up. Do you like it?
Yeah, it's fine. I just been put. We don't have hair, so.
I mean, aren't the spikes on your head kind of like hair?
Yeah, he brushes. He runs a hand along the spikes in his head that you notice. Yes, yeah. I grew him.
That's fine.
Okay. In any regard, Elias he kind of backs away, taking your opening, and quickly he sets on the desk. He brings out let's see, we'll say 20 of his patented half-weight rations, and then he brings out a smaller case with 5 vials in it, and you'll recognize just 5 BB health potions.
Ooh.
So 5 BB health potions and 20 rations. The rations they basically function as like a double, like a double ration with a half the weight. So it's basically 2 rations in one.
All right.
Okay. Awesome.
So that chat.
I now have 2 healing potions.
I have 3. Maybe I should get a different kind of potion.
He says, an enterprising member of COERCE needs to diversify. What sort of potion would you want to swap it for?
Oh, okay, I can do that. Cool. Maybe a spell power or the one that gives you hit dice.
He has those in supply.
Do that dice one, actually.
Yeah, he's got the uncommon ones, the lowest tier.
Recovery. Yeah, it tastes like grass. That's the only thing I remember. From the potion description. Yeah, tastes like grass.
Delicious. All right, and with that, he claps his hands together and he says, well then, you've got your letters, your sustenance, and something to keep you alive. I'm sure you all do fantastic out there. Keep it up. And he sits down at his desk, begins to scribble. Looks like he's trying to pretend busy.
Well,
Alright, I guess we just kind of slide out of there.
Yeah, as everybody leaves, Jail will like hang back to be the last one, and we'll just say, Amias, have you ever considered what the acronym for your organization spells out?
DOERCE. it wasn't. Guess to make an intelligence check on this one. You see his eyes kind of go wide for a moment, and then they kind of go back down. He's like, Korra. Are you saying perhaps? I see where there might be some confusion. I will think on this while you all are gone.
Of course, darling. And yeah, she like walks out, and then she's like, he's going to not do a damn thing.
Says, wait, close the door on your way out.
Not.
My mage hands shut. All right, you all head out the outpost. Let's see what type of day it is. New calendar. Okay, so it is the 8th, which is around 7:30. Let's see. How do I get weather up on here?
The weather we're using is the website now. There's no weather.
Oh,
The Don weather.
Oh,
We can't-
Don weather. Nice.
Yeah. Remember? Yeah.
Sounds good for me. Okay. All right. It is clear, moderate temperature. A high. Oh man, it gives you highs, lows. Wind force is light. All right. Yeah. Nice. So very temperate day. All right. So you all set out around 7:30. The sky is bright. The way is clear, and you all can set out. I'll swing us over to the BAM. All right. We'll leave that one there for the other party. Let's see.
What's going on in this hex?
Which one? Oh, that one? Don't worry about that. Oh, jeez. That was just some level
fun.
3.
They're having fun.
Which one? This one?
Yeah.
Seems like some level 2s and level 1s want to get themselves murdered, and God's along to try and stop it from happening. What's a good marker for you guys?
Just drag another party marker.
Yeah.
Sheriff badge. I don't know.
Ooh.
Sheriff badge.
Now that. I like that.
Just one of those name tags that says "Hello, my name is." Hello, I'm part.
Someone should make up the little coerce badge.
Here we go. Okay, drag it over, upload, put it in there. Bam. Yeah, make it massive. Scale it down.
Jeez.
Hard to see.
Yeah, it's brown. It'll just be a, here we got one of these. It'll be a marble.
They could also just put an aura on it.
Yeah.
It should just be like
No.
a little mini, because it's like a little mini on a board. And that's how people are keeping track of the parties are going where. They have a little,
Ooh, that would be pretty
little
sick.
miniature map in the mage
Ooh.
skill.
Like a Hero Forge thing.
Yeah.
I can do that.
And for now, we'll have a marble though. If you want to send me any nice art.
That's
all right.
good.
All right. So, who is our survivalist today?
I've got a +5.
I can aid you.
Yes, I can assist.
That is quite appropriate then. Burb will roll survival for the party.
Do we have anybody who knows the hex in between we're going through?
Mm-hmm. Been through there multiple times, but I don't have survival.
Hmm.
I do have this flute, though. Given to me by
Bird should have a little bit
drawn
of
bow.
previous knowledge.
Let's see. All right. So, yeah. So your innate kind of knowledge, and then assisted by Singe. Let's see. All right, yeah. You're able to make a really good time through the forest, kind of maneuvering through. You kind of pass some of the lumber mills and loggers on the edge of the outpost before getting into the lower hex 13D17. As you do, you can see there's many Valorians, Faveld, and kobolds and things from the outpost kind of scouting the area. You can see signs of activity everywhere. Trees are being marked, clearings scouted for possible lumber mills or new developments, things like that. As you move through, you kind of stick to the well-beaten trails and make like an easy 3-mile-per-hour pace, navigating your way through and making your way down. As you get to like the north of the river, do you kind of head west or east?
Probably west, I think.
All right.
JL would want to stay as far away from 12D18 as she can, because she is still traumatized from the eyes. But she will defer to the group.
Let's go all the way around the lake.
Oh, I mean, she'll go, but like you just see her looking like west every so often, like distrustfully.
What happened to you there?
Nothing happened to that hex. Hex and comments.
You've seen that small rabid creature that Creeper brought back and is staked outside.
No, I was talking. He pulls. He gets it. He points at each of his fingers on his hand. Well, I was attacked by the blood, the skin, the bones, and the ghost of a thing. So, yeah, I ain't going
That's
back.
true. That
there.
did happen too.
He counts on each of his little claws.
Sounds like a real horror show.
Not going back there without
Was.
holy water. 6-pack at least.
6-pack.
6-pack of holy water. God, I need to ask Cod about that next time I see him.
It's hard to make holy water, right? Fifth edition. You gotta.
It's like a first level spell slot and like 25 gold or something. I don't know.
Yeah, you gotta like melt silver into it. Okay, anyway, yeah, this clock's on military time. Interesting. All right, so it's about 3 p.m. Yeah, when you all around 3:30 at least. Whenever you all reach the ends of the Lynx Hex, you kind of skirt the river. As you move through, you can see signs of you recognize this is like the Blink Wolf territory. But you're all able to navigate around any of that. It's also during the day, so there's not really any signs of them out of their dens. I imagine you stay far away from the Cave Fisher Caves, making your way to the edge of the 12D23. So, as you get to the end of this unshuttered territory, it's about 3. You got about... See, it's springtime, so about 4 hours until sundown, around 7:30.
Jael will turn to our new companion. Well, first of all, she would say, "Forgive me, but I don't believe I've asked you what your name is or what you are called."
You'll see. He'll point to his chest and make a thump thump sound.
Like your heart?
He nods.
All right, Heart. Do you think that it's safe for us to continue on for a little bit, or should we rest here and strike out in the morning?
Could probably continue on. Actually, he'll look towards the southwest and nod and continue walking on.
Okay. All right, let me just here, Lex. I'm in a secret chat real quick so I can fill you in.
Yeah.
While Heart is...
Yeah. Wait, so is it safe or not?
I guess, I mean, Hart wants to go.
I got this
But-
flute. Guess I'll play
It is a
but
very nice flute.
It is. Got it from
She's-
helping save those guys.
She's got like a sort of like a bard grabby hands moment, like almost waiting to go out, like, ooh, a flute.
Yeah, Vex doesn't
but-
notice it at first. She just kind of keeps turning away, like showing the other party members. Jill's kind of reaching for it.
And she gives up, and then turns to Anne and just says, "Congratulations on the Chucklehound victory, by the way."
Thank you, but it wasn't just me. This wouldn't be possible without everybody's help.
You helped. That's worth something too.
As we start walking, you'll see Hart hop up into the trees and bounce between branch to branch.
We supposed
he
to do
going?
that because I can't do that.
Yep,
And
nope.
and goes ahead and climbs up into the tree.
What in Rome?
He'll stay close, but he'll keep an eye on you, just so he's got a bit of vantage. Since not everyone can
Advantage to
climb.
what? Is it safe here? What's going on? Vexa starts looking around.
Well,
We'll start trying to climb a tree.
Hart makes
Yes,
a
Vexen.
sword sound, clashing. And points to the ground.
what
can't-
sound did you
Oh
make?
wow, that was great.
Wait, what sound?
Uh,
What sound?
Swords clashing.
Oh, like right as like Joe was about to be like, "Vexen, it's fine." She's like, "What?"
Oh, I self-rolled. Dang it. I'm gonna make it public. Yeah, I rolled pretty good.
Nice.
I was expecting to fail.
Yeah, so the Blackbirds, due to their kind of training and physiology, are able to move pretty easily between, especially these kind of fir and pine trees that have these long branches that kind of move out and kind of intersperse with each other. If you all wanted to, replicate the same, you could attempt it. You need at least, you'd either need like training in athletics or proficiency, or it'd probably be about a DC 15 to make any sort of pace through moving between the trees.
JL is staying firmly on the ground. She is no.
Same
And
for
we'll climb up
Singe.
there. And we'll climb up there and start following.
Okay, yeah, it's a little shaky, but these pine trees, most of which kind of push like 80 to 150 feet into the sky, have sturdy branches that eventually kind of can get accustomed to moving between them. You can see that the Blackbird, though, kind of even in their armor, is able to kind of effortlessly move between them.
Do I need to make an athletics check or?
You have expertise, right?
Yeah.
Nah, you're all right.
Alright.
Expertise, yeah, that's fine. Okay, let's see. So, as you all continue making your way down, let's see. Okay. So the change is subtle at first, but quickly it becomes apparent that you're entering into a much more ancient part of the forest. Whenever the familiars kind of surveyed this area, they assumed that there was perhaps a massive hill or something, or that this entire zone was kind of on a raised peninsula. But it quickly becomes apparent that that's not the case. It seems to be that the trees eventually, the canopy moves up from 100 feet or so off the ground with all the pine and firs and things, and just kind of starts in maybe 20 to 30 foot increments, begins to increase. So too does the radius of each one of the trees around you. You'll still see the occasional smaller, maybe 2 foot radius tree standing kind of choked out by these massive ones that begin to come into view. Each one of these larger trees, usually spaced like a dozen paces apart, are huge as they start to kind of come into your vision. Let's see. You all able to see that?
No.
Oh, there it
Yes.
goes.
No.
Oh, yeah, it took a second.
Oh, okay, nice. Yeah, so these trees, ignore the horse and rider, that's just for scale, but these trees kind of come to view. They are massive. Each one of these trees, the radius is easily 10 or 15 feet around, like several, like all of you linking arms and putting your hands around it wouldn't be able to close the diameter of some of these trees, or the circumference. Several of them are kind of cloaked in moss, and you can see the branches don't even start for maybe 70 feet before this trees kind of explode out in every direction, and there's leaves going up into the sky. The tallest of these trees appear to be around 300 feet. So think like the California redwood.
Yeah.
Sequoias. Yeah, just massive trees. Let's see. Yeah, the lower levels are kind of cloaked in moss. The terrain itself, if you're staying on the ground, isn't too hard to parse. Every once in a while, there'll be a massive root kind of crossing the ground. But other than that, it's mostly just forest terrain. The light here is naturally a little bit dimmer because it's got to filter through several hundred feet of leaves, but it's still brightly lit. The creatures around you also seem to kind of undergo a shift. The first you'll notice who's taking the lead, probably the Blackbird, Heart.
Yeah, well, Burp's the fastest, so.
And then passive perception, probably Jail. Jail's probably the person to notice. You see just kind of like maybe like an oddly colored bird here and there, like you're used to seeing maybe a bluebird or something, but you'll see some that kind of flitter in and out of view that seem to be kind of rainbow from head to toe, like far up above that move between. You'll see like some small rodents, each of different like green or blues that kind of dart between the branches of the trees. It's kind of a gradual shift from what seem to be your typical creatures to more exotic looking ones.
Yeah, we'll be pointing this out to Singe because I think we're the only ones like on the ground.
Yeah. Oh no, I think
Yeah, we are.
Vexen climbs down from the tree once he sees
Okay.
the big ones. He's not gonna take a chance to hurt himself.
Yeah.
Trying to follow those guys. We climb
My
down.
wings haven't
That
grown
thing.
out yet.
But Jill will be kind of pointing those out, like, "Oh, isn't that precious?" But like, she's also like that hush tone that it's hard to do over voice. But you know, where you're like in like a really pretty nature scene and everyone just starts automatically whispering.
Yeah, it's like a green squirrel. Strange.
At least these don't look rabid.
Do they look rabid? Look again.
Again, they look
I guess,
rabid.
Give me like a perception or investigation.
I can investigate.
Oh damn! All right. I don't know who. Let's see. Who rolled for the party?
Did we?
What?
Did Oh, that must be me for some
Oh.
reason.
I hit
Oh,
investigate.
shit.
Oh, okay. Yeah. If you go to the bottom left, you can click your name. You can. Oh, you're still Abigail. What the heck?
Abigail. Yeah, that's weird.
Okay. Well, here's your
I
boon
need
anyway.
Yeah, just it depends on what you have selected. If you have the party token selected, and
Yeah.
you'll end up rolling for it.
Oh yeah. If you're missing any spell slots or hit die, you can have one. Oh, if you're not, you can take a well-rested stack.
I already had that too.
Okay.
It's up to one, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, that's all I can offer.
it's fine.
Let's
Is it
see.
rapid?
Yeah. So technically, with that nat 20, it should be a 26 technically.
Yeah.
With my investigation.
Yeah, Vexen was good as well. I mean, looking up, you don't see any clear indicators of rabies. Obviously, the creatures would be a bit more mad. Their tendencies would probably be a little bit more strange. You don't see any of those signs. Other than their strange coloring, you don't see anything off about them. You do, with this though, you do notice that some of them kind of give your group a passing glance. You can see as Heart kind of moves in among them, they kind of don't even pay a second mind. But you all seem to be a curious sight. Most of you trekking along on the ground. But it doesn't seem to be malicious intent. It's more of a passing glance, I'd suppose.
Curiosity.
Well, it's not that strange. Kobolds also come in different colors.
You all have your rabies shots, I'm sure.
After going into 12D18, we certainly do.
All right. So yeah, let's see. So if anybody wants to give me a survival, Hart would already have advantage on this, and it's the way back. It's more so what your travel time will be.
I can assist.
Yeah.
Oh, well, you would already have advantage, so.
Yeah.
I think he's
Alright.
the best one either way.
Okay. Yeah. So these woods like the back of your clawed hand, of course. So you kind of make a quick time maneuvering through. You pass several of the markers that, similar to like thieves' can't, you're able to kind of spot, and which kind of mark the route back to where you're going. Curiously, though, as you get a couple miles deep into the ancient forest, at this point, the trees around you are probably 80% these massive sequoias or redwoods, and then 20% some smaller ones kind of struggling to get any sunlight far down below. But you do come across a strange thing. Give me a round of perception checks here. Okay. This is for Vexen.
Yeah, I know. I was just
Oh.
making a joke.
I know.
Can't
Oh,
ever
Never mind.
figure out if thieves can't, paladins. What was the joke? I don't even. Paladins will.
Mm,
Next, you find a small herbal tea herb that looks like it's worth about 6 gold. As you're moving along. As you're kind of rooting in the bushes, you and Jail about the same time, you begin to hear a rustling from up ahead. Hart, as soon as they kind of notice it, your head kind of snaps over to it, and then Anne and Singe as well. There's kind of like a far off rustling, kind of approaching closely, maybe a dozen feet to the west, coming from the direction you're moving. You can see some of the kind of larger overgrown areas of the underbrush are kind of shaking as something moves towards you all. It seems to be...
Yeah, what is that?
Jael definitely has her violin bow rapier sort of out, but more down to her side, and she's looking to Hart, kind of like, all right, is this bad or good?
Hart will hastily tie a rope to a branch and flop it down for everyone to come up.
Right. As you do that...
Slide a hand.
Yeah, Jael will
Oh no.
will try to haul her unathletic ass up there.
Somebody mind giving me a lift?
Pretty sure Anne can just throw you.
I'm up in the trees already.
Oh yeah, true.
You just hang on to the rope and Anne just pulls us up.
Yeah, I know it can work. I mean, I'm pretty good at athletics, but I'm not that strong.
That's fair.
I mean, it might be one of those, maybe we just get, like, advantage if, like, you're kind of helping us go up the rope.
Maybe.
Anything would help.
All right.
Yeah, just a sec real quick. Alright, so as this happens, Hart moves over quickly. You can see lets down a rope from up top. Let's see. So Anne begins to climb.
Anne was already up in the trees with him.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
So who's on the rope then?
Well, if this is happening, I don't think,
Singe in jail, I guess.
Okay. Who was the first to grab it? Was it Jail or Singe?
Jail.
Okay. Alright, so Jail, you begin to hastily scrabble up a rope. Singe behind. Alright.
Athletics.
Vexen coming too?
Well,
Well, you
in this moment of
Okay.
I've noticed something. Everyone's climbing up a tree. He's probably trying to be more quiet than give away his position. Survival instincts.
yeah.
There's
So
some rustling.
how do you just kind of dive into the bushes then?
Yeah. That's it. If I'm not close enough to the rope, yes, I'll do that instead.
Bushes here then.
Oh.
All right.
I'll roll my
So
skill
magic
check, and you
curious
can
much more.
you can keep that in your pocket for later.
Yeah, you dive into the bushes. Jelly begin to kind of scurry up the rope. Singe at the bottom, kind of waiting behind. As this happens, the rustling kind of comes to a head, and then bursting out of some of the bushes near your feet, Singe. The small creature wrapped in fur. You can see wings along its back, kind of slicked back. It begins to scurry towards you. It lets out a squeak as it wraps itself around your leg. The rustling doesn't stop, though, as several more creatures emerge.
Singe looks slightly irritated and would try and shake it off.
Oh.
So as these creatures come into view, let's see, Vexen instantly recognize similar features to the to a large cat, Lynx, to the actual Lynx alpha that was present in the hex adjacent to here. They're kind of sleek bodies, lithe with the muscles kind of rippling along the shoulders and arms. Their fur is kind of tinged blue in several places. There's green kind of poking through, and they kind of skid to a halt at the end of the underbrush. Some of them kind of up in a higher elevation. As a third kind of emerges, they kind of slide to a halt. They look confused more than anything, as the ones on the inclines kind of look down at have their eyes focused on Singe, who is trying to shake off the small creature, and then the one on the ground. You can see kind of scans all of you, kind of looking up, and it kind of rests eyes on a Heart.
Those don't look terribly friendly.
They reaching for their initiative dice?
They're more at the moment. They're kind of sizing up Heart. Heart, you know that the Fae would typically not, as you'd say, F with the Blackbirds in their own territory, kind of a coexisting relationship. But you've got several outsiders with you, and they're kind of curious on one hand, and also it seems that one of them has their lunch.
That's fair. As a flavor question, can Hart glide down to the ground? Because he's got, I don't know if that's
don't have any wings.
Oh,
you
yeah,
could hit it, and then you could make like an acrobatics check to kind of roll it out to not have the damage.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll risk it. Oh god.
Oh no.
Oh,
That sucked.
He jumps down.
This is what happens when you try and float with heavy armor on.
Oof. Just flops. Please.
Oh,
no.
Oh, dude, you see,
How high were you up?
The coins start falling out of him. The ring.
explode like Sonic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say falling damage.
you're within at least 50 feet, right? Because you had to let down the rope.
Yeah, probably would have been closer to like 40 feet.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
Oops.
Holy not too bad.
No. I
Okay.
slipped and passed out.
Oh, jeez. Oh, because you're level 1. Okay, yeah. So
Wait. Actually, before I land, I will do a thing. No,
Before
that's
you
not what I
land.
wanted to do. Hold on, it'll be cool. As much as I didn't want to waste it, but
Oh, I see it.
I don't have Featherfall.
poof. Yeah, I will appear. Oh, you want to unpause?
Well, I mean, can't really. This kind of would be a thing to have used before you hit the ground, you know.
Yeah, it's not a reaction. It's like a bonus
Yeah.
action.
Well, it is a reaction,
Oh.
but like you've already impacted.
Oh no.
Crap.
Everyone in the tree and the bushes. Ooh.
How high up
Stopped.
had JL gotten when this happened? I just want to see if he's in. Yeah, okay, yeah. So he wasn't that far. So I forgot the range of healing word at 60 feet.
Okay, all right. Let's go into initiative to kind of keep it straight. Dang. Okay, let's see.
That was sad. That did not work out how I was hoping.
Game's also still paused, by the way.
Yeah, I know. Didn't want you guys scurrying around, you know. Will not let me toggle combat.
They come up. These things come up. See that their food is being distracted by these random outsiders. They see someone they recognize. They jump out the tree and faceplant.
Oh, what
No, reload does not let me toggle you guys' combat states for some reason.
I'm invisible now.
I'm also invisible.
Yeah, you might. I think you turned us invisible.
Yeah, it was lagging.
I still
So
see.
Oh, in order, I think. Well, never mind. 'Cause if you're DM, it should just automatically turn on a counter once you turn someone on to combat.
yeah, I was trying to enter their combat states, but it wasn't. It was lagging. So all right, now we're just loading and stuck in loading purgatory, of course. Come on, Foundry, you can do it. There's got to be nobody playing D&D at 9 a.m. Come on. There we go.
I know. Way back when.
There we go. All right.
Where's Charlton? Chalt, there it is. Chalt Westward.
Okay, yeah.
I'm stuck in loading purgatory too.
Yeah, maybe. Might be.
All right, I got you all into initiative. All right. So yeah, creature darts out of the forest, wraps itself up around Singe's legs, kind of squeaking out, looking for salvation. Several of these blue flared cats kind of make their way up out of the underbrush as well, pursuing the favorite. They lay eyes on all of you, kind of noticing Hart, kind of watching watching their moves. Hart kind of starts to maneuver themselves kind of skillfully down, but then there's like a tree branch that at this time kind of decides to break, and there's not much you can do about that. So with the tree falling, Hart impacts the ground and goes out. And with that, combat starts. Let's see. Jail got a boon. Okay. Oh, it was
My
a
face.
That's how you got that crack in your art now. There you go.
Shit. Now it's canon.
What rare information do I learn?
You see Hart's form kind of flicker for a moment, You see shadowy energy kind of cloak him for the briefest of seconds before he impacts. And it's very reminiscent of the same shadow magic that was present on the Lynx.
Interesting. Okay.
Let's see. Okay, so Jail, I believe. Yeah, Jail starts us off. You're about I don't know, a couple, depends how strong you are, I guess. A couple feet up the rope. You can climb half speed, so.
I don't see initiatives for Hard, Jail, and Vexen.
See for Jail.
Did I cobble off the top as say not turned it on?
I don't see that. Let's see.
I mean, I see you in initiative. I just don't see your roll.
I might give it a refresh.
I mean, I see your roll.
Well, let whoever. Chat. I mean, we won, so whoever got it, just take it. Whatever.
Yeah. After that initiative order doesn't matter anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Popcorn.
You can see them all now. Next exchanged it.
Yeah. Wait, no.
All right.
Yeah,
they are in the exchange, just not in the normal tracker.
Yeah, so Jail, seeing Heart go down, and originally not wanting to, like, bust out some spell slots this early, but figures we probably need our burb, we'll just call down from where she is on the rope. Heart, honey, are you alright? Please be alright. And cast Healing Word.
Will Heart's on the ground, the noise he makes is just like a flat line.
Oh, and like, broken tree. Can't do much about a tree branch breaking out.
Good thing about that.
Alright. You come to, got Burnout, Healing Word. Nice, no problems. Alright. Who do you pass to, Jail?
I will probably, now that Burb is up, probably pass to Heart, to see if Heart can defuse this situation.
Alright. Alright, you can see, you hit the ground, and then each one of the link, like the two links is up on the rises, kind of took like a half step back in kind of surprise. And now the one that's standing kind of sees you kind of get up, brush yourself off, and its eyes kind of narrow at you, and it kind of cocks its head to the side and kind of like an inquisitive, like what's what?
I'm gonna see if I can.
One thing to keep in mind
grab.
is that you're you have a point of exhaustion because you have an open wound.
Yep.
So if you want to make a roll or stuff like that.
Oh, it's on my sheet, but not on my character. Can I grab the favorite?
Oh yeah. You can pick him up. It squeaks at you adorably. You can see it kind of beats its small wings.
And I will. Oh, it's got wings. That was 15 feet to stand up.
As you pick it up,
20 feet to stand up.
Ferret holding its action. Before you can pull it away, it casts Bestow Luck onto Singe's leg.
Well, now it's being nice, and I wasn't gonna do what I was gonna do. God damn it!
You needed it the length.
Yeah, exactly.
I think I understand what's happening now,
Sort of.
but at first I thought like the lynx and the ferret were like they're on the same team, and I thought they were teaching it how to hunt, and I thought it just got its prey when it grabbed Singe. I thought that's what was happening. But now I realize that these lynxes were chasing this ferret and were gonna eat it, most likely.
Yeah.
Does Singe notice that difference?
Yeah, as the creature is kind of peeled off your legs by Heart, you feel like kind of a warming sensation in your chest, and then it's kind of ripped away as the ferret leaves.
Aww.
I was gonna be very brutal for a second.
Yeah, you could be. I mean,
No, screw it. I should have 15 feet of movement left, or 10 feet because I moved 5. I'm a snap its wings and toss it at one of the lynxes.
oh man! All right, yeah.
I was gonna do that before he gave Singe luck, so Unless I noticed it.
And it's dog-eat-dog world out here. So yeah, you like ripping the wings off a butterfly. You toss it
Aw.
to the lynxes.
It's not what I believe you guys were all about before.
Let's see. All right, who do you pass to?
One
The
day,
ferret lets out a
Uh,
horrific screech.
one day with the Valorians. Goddamn.
Pass to the big one.
All right.
Cat.
Okay. Yeah, the ferret actually steal as its wings get ripped off. Kind of grovels on the ground pathetically, and then is
Come on.
snapped up by a unobtainable lynx, which moves in, kind of picks it up, looking back at all of you. As it moves closer, you can see that this larger one seems to be kind of like perhaps like an adult version, and then these two smaller ones seem to be juveniles that are still being, I guess, taught how to hunt. So, and then yeah, they will kind of look at all of you cautiously and begin to back away. And if you all are fine with it, we can end combat here.
Dale's definitely looking at Hart like, I just revived you for you to do that. Like, she doesn't say anything, but she's just like, she's clutching pearls is what she's doing.
Let's see.
Vex is just now getting his crossbow like ready in like his hidden position in the bushes, and then he sees the lynxes are already gone. Because he thought Hart was like dead, because he like fell out of a tree. These giant cats came out of nowhere. They're gonna eat him. So he's like getting his crossbow ready, and then they're gone.
Knowing what I know about them, that would probably be the most likely thing he would do.
And
So-
looks down and if like takes a look at Hart and yells out Hart and then nods.
He'll back at you and brush himself off, being dirty as fuck, falling 40 feet.
Singe is still hanging on to the rope, looking down at his leg where the ferret was. Slightly perplexed.
Does anybody speak besides Heart's Sylvan?
Nope.
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 All right. Well then,
It's Fate Adventure.
the cat lets out as the mother and the one cub begin to walk away, kind of into the underbrush, disappearing. The last one, kind of up on the ridge, kind of does like an imprecise bow, and you can hear like a soft meow come out from the cat before it turns and follows its mother. Heart, you hear thank you.
Thanks. He'll meow the exact same thing back to him. Or similar.
Thank you. What?
No, thank you.
For not eating us.
All right.
Comes out of the bushes. Okay. Cool. Where to next?
It was an interesting encounter.
Not a single blow, and yet
It's
somebody
really-
was down.
It's really strange because Vex has seen nothing but like, the birds so far, just like they climb up trees like very easily, and he's never seen one fall out of the tree yet. So
Silly branches
now he
breaking
has
out of them.
this really. He's also
Well,
seen like they were all like fighting to keep the fake creatures like good, and then this one just ripped one of its wings off and then threw it to another one. Obviously, cycle of life. But doesn't get that.
You don't know,
Yeah.
but continue on.
All right. Yeah.
And turns to a group and says, I think this bird people might be a very good fit for Valoria.
Yes, quite.
They certainly know how to make it out here, don't they?
All right. Going back to the BAM, let's see.
Oh, never mind.
Did you like rip its wings off or just broke them?
Just snapped him.
Okay, never mind.
Picked it up,
Like,
grabbed
you
it
gotta
both good.
harvest the parrot.
Huck it.
How much
It's
do
like,
you
oh,
think
well,
these are worth? You
pick up
shake
these
some-
2 wings.
and-
It's going to take you
and-
30 minutes.
And it's all about harvesting
Harvesting, yeah.
creatures.
Remember.
Mhm.
And now she actually can, right?
I mean, she always couldn't, but now with the help of people, it can be less time.
Hmm.
All right. So leaving that aside, you make good time through the ancient forest. Besides that encounter, you don't really come across too much. You, at some points, you kind of swear that the trees kind of seem to sway in kind of strange ways that the wind here would seem too weak to do. You see a couple more of these strangely colored creatures, kind of bright plumage, the vast majority. In addition, you do see a few kind of like typical, maybe like a brown squirrel here or there, darting in the forest. You see like a normally colored elk. So it seems like these more exotic creatures live alongside these other ones. Let's see.
Hmm.
And as you make your way, okay, let's see. So you eventually, around 6 p.m. or so, you're towards the western edge of the hex. Maybe, let's see, maybe 8 miles out from the edge. So I guess more like here. Yeah, there we go. You start to kind of notice the trees overhead, the canopy already kind of the light kind of struggling to filter through, becomes even more choked. You get the trees, whereas before they were a dozen paces apart, start to kind of cluster more and more together, and you come to an exceptionally thick part of this forest. Hart, I assume, has been moving amongst the trees, kind of guiding you along, having recovered from mishap. Eventually, you get to an area where.
Anyone take a second to take care of his wound?
Oh yeah, is that a
Navigator's kit.
Oh yeah, okay. You can just. Oh, yeah. Healer's kit can close a wound, right?
Yeah.
Okay, nice. The single charge. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and I'm proficient in medicine, so.
All right. Yeah, Hart. You get to a certain point, dense forest, and you know that this is the place. Let's see. So there's a moment's delay before, from up above, Hart, and then the rest of you hear like a quick flute call, and then yeah, either Vexen or Hart could return the call.
I'll look at Vexen and give him kind of like a go ahead motion.
He just blows into the flute.
All right, yeah. As the two notes are exchanged, the trees above kind of begin to shudder, and there's maybe probably just a minute or two of wait before far up above, kind of slowly lowering down out of the canopy, you see what looks to be a wooden platform kind of wrought up out of like different oak, cedar, strong woods bound together with thick like hempen rope. The platform's maybe like 15 by 15 feet, slowly lowers down You can see it kind of jerks and pulls as if it's on like a pulley system before finally coming to rest on the ground.
Is there anybody on these platforms, or is it empty?
Let's see. Heart is with you, but yeah, you've got a bunch of outsiders. Yeah, okay. So as it lowers down, coming into view is a blackbird seated atop it. Let's see. Bring one out here. Ooh, this guy looks pretty angry. Yeah, he sees he's kind of standing tall. He's in a similar armor, a little bit lighter than what Hart's wearing. You can see he's got a sword, not drawn, but his hand is kind of gripping it tightly as it kind of shudders to a stop. They glance across all of you before settling on Hart. They kind of let out. It's kind of like a note of confusion towards Hart.
I'll respond with a homely call. Can't think of the word. Kind of friendly.
Cousin!
Point to them.
Let's go bowling.
This
Didn't want to
blackbird,
say it.
it kind of it shrugs. It makes a noise like a club hitting a head as it looks over at all of you. You're not sure if it's a threat or if it's giving you its name, and then it kind of stands aside so that you all can climb onto the platform.
And we'll turn to Blackbird and try and mimic the sound of a chucklehound dying.
Ooh, yeah, give me a performance check for your chucklehound mimic.
She's really bad at it.
that performance check, Will, that was for the flute.
It was a little rough on the flute, but they got the message.
Yeah, and then if he's introducing himself, Vexen will point himself and flick his coin really hard so it makes the sound.
Yeah, okay, yeah. As they get to the bottom, if you've still got the flute out, this one would kind of relax a little bit more, because previously they would have just thought that. Yeah, I guess they would have thought that Hart made the sound, but the flute was a little rough, so it would have been somewhat clear that it was artificially made.
Singe would lean into the only other kobold we have here and ask him what the hell is going on.
So, a while back, the group I was on, we saved one of these guys from the hog folk. They were going to sacrifice him, and then after we saved them, they gave me this flute. And I'm guessing that's their village way up there. He points up.
Yeah, looking up, you can give me perception checks, but from here you can't see any signs of a village. It just looks like a canopy.
Maybe it's hidden. Are you afraid of heights?
Oh yeah, the
Can't
chuckle
say I am.
the creature raises its eyebrows at you, Anne, as you let out this chuckled cry. The message seems to be there, but the creature takes a step back.
She points at her cloak.
Oh, yeah, with the cloak. Yeah, the creature kind of fixates on it. At first, you see it kind of, the eyes narrow, falling on the kind of clasped skeletal hands. And you can see the grip around the weapon tightens farther. But then kind of understanding blooms, and the creature kind of nods and lets out like a... kind of nods and then lets out a cry of a chucklehound being silenced of its own.
She'll nod.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
If we're doing
Yeah, I was gonna. Sorry, to Singe. Yeah. So they like to use sounds for their names. Make a sound, and that's how they know who to call you. Or
Is
how
there
to
a
address
puddle anywhere nearby?
Puddle?
you. Like of water.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably like the knot of like the bottom of a tree or something. Find a small thing of water.
In that case, Singe would like take a cup, cup some in his hand, and cast a firebolt in it, so it sizzles.
Nice.
Sneaky.
All right. Yeah. It's pretty good.
Dale will probably just pull out her violin and play something very Sherlock Holmes style, as saying, this is her name.
Okay. The creature, yes. Before you all even are getting onto the platform, already seems to have warmed up considerably. Seems very impressed by the magic displayed, and repeats back the sound of like the steam rising towards Singe. Same with the violin towards Jail. Seems very interested in this instrument. Kind of watching you play it.
I was gonna say Jill is gonna be like, she pulls out her can of hairspray and sprays it. The violins.
Thought about it. I thought about it.
I like the violin, but
All right.
musical species. All right, so y'all clamber on to the platform. All right, so it begins to rise up. The platform is fairly, it seems of extreme construction. You know that the Blackbirds likely don't really use it for themselves. It's more so if they're kind of bringing up heavy supplies or something larger, I guess, needs to be brought up. But it works just as well for ground dwellers. As you go up, Head Bonk, or whatever you want to call him, kind of watches you all, mostly focusing on the violin and perhaps kind of exchanging soft coos with the heart as it rises.
You just hear us like hushing quietly.
Question: Does Bert Hart understand Valorian?
You would only understand Sylvan. Well,
Oh yeah.
but the only common language between you all, I think, would be Sylvan.
I forgot to ask you because I've got. If you look at my sheet, I don't have Sylvan. I've got the other one,
Shit. I should have went over that first.
which I can swap if that's more appropriate.
I
have no issue.
Let me check. Let's see. Oh, okay. Shit.
Yeah, if Sylvan makes more sense, I'm okay with swapping the top one.
Yeah. This sect in particular doesn't use that, and I mean, it'd be you could know it, like it'd be a thing that some would exchange, but this one doesn't use it exclusively.
Cool.
Yeah, Sylvan would probably be your best bet, and then because Crash is, I guess with the grunge, they don't know Valorian either. Shit, I mean.
And no one here speaks Sylvan, right?
Oh,
Shit.
Nope.
So all this
Oh
time,
my god.
we've just been making up noises as we speak to each other.
well, this is what I understand. This is what Vex understands how they speak. So
The whole meeting with Amias would have been really tough if you didn't know Valorian.
Well, I mean,
We'll
I'm
handle
pretty sure
it.
Mias knows Sylvan, right?
Well, I guess he would. He's
Or
pretty
else somebody in the Mages Guild would know tongues, right?
true.
after they
Comprehend
explode
language.
after casting it, yeah.
Comprehend language. You do comprehend languages, so.
Damn, yeah.
Actually, yeah.
I do have comprehend languages, but I don't think that helps you speak it, though. You just
Will help you
understand it.
Yep.
Oh yeah, damn. This is an oversight on my part. We'll just hand wave it for now. Deal with it later. All right. So the platform raises up at about 150 feet. You're watching. You can see out pretty far over the forest, all the trees kind of interspersed together. The ground far, far below. Nobody on the platform has wings or anything, so it seems a long way down. But about 150 feet, as you're just getting to the edges of the canopy, the environment around you just rapidly changes. There's kind of a pop in your ears, and then the platform continues ascending, and immediately different colored lights kind of fill your vision, blues and greens and things, mostly from above, kind of tinting your vision. Looking around, you can see many different buildings, all kind of clutching to the edges of these massive trees. The sounds also change, where it goes from before just mostly a quiet, tranquil forest. Now you can hear the sounds of commerce, many different bird calls, and sounds of all kinds. You hear weapons clashing. You hear coins kind of exchanging hands. Looking up, you can see the platform that maybe a dozen feet above that the platform is kind of slowly ascending to, and then you see there's like a house attached to it, and then several more houses all kind of branching off. All of the different buildings are connected by rope bridges that kind of span between the trees. The largest of which maybe 20 feet. And I will drag you over to this new map.
I think Hart's been with them about 3 weeks now, 2 weeks now. I'm gonna be able to pick up a few words.
It's not loading a new map for
Oh,
me for some reason.
Yeah, we can see you've got a basic understanding now because you were also in prison. Maybe there was a Valorian in there for a while before they got eaten. So you're not at like full reading, writing, but you can converse.
Like a 2 out of 5.
All right, where are my tokens here? Grab you guys from the regional, I guess. Yeah, there we go.
Love that the token is squinty common folk. It's very
That's the-
squinty.
That's the suspicious one they send down.
Yeah.
Squinty. I mean, he did look like he was squinting at us when he came down and saw us.
I'm just gonna refresh because I'm still on the outpost map.
Yeah. Well, it should be the outpost map.
The big map.
Well, I haven't switched you guys.
I
over
am.
yet.
Oh, okay, yeah. There we go. Because I was gonna say I am too.
I had to copy paste find your tokens. All right. So, yeah, as you get to the top, you hear the many sounds of commerce. There's leaves kind of falling from the trees. It's very tranquil, if fairly busy. Moving around you, you can see the vast majority kind of moving across the land bridges are these blackbird creatures. Kind of interspersed amongst them, though, you do see some of these, what you've kind of come to know as fey creatures, these brightly colored squirrels or raccoons, and some more interesting creatures, actually, like one of these.
Oh my god, they're so cute.
One of these creatures kind of glides down to you all, and comes to a rest on Jail's bun.
Oh. Hold on, I cannot see anything.
Yeah,
On the map.
It's dark.
It's a dark map. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me.
Wait, I haven't gotten. Well, I guess I need to reload because I haven't gone onto the map either.
Oh, you should be on a map at least now. Let me just throw on some
Yeah, 'cause
lights.
I just looked at the
There we go.
stream, and I saw that the map is open on there, but I need to load in. Let me just do it. Okay, yeah, I'm there now. Is it dark? Because it's like late.
No, it should be able to see fine now.
All right, yeah, I can see.
As the glider lands on Jail's bun, she will kind of reach up, and if it will allow her, like kind of hold it and like cut, like when you're holding a cute cuddly animal.
Nice.
I can
and
see, but it's black and white.
I just reload. He just updated the light
like
situation
click off your character and then click back on.
for that. Yeah.
Nope. I'll reload again.
Shit. Okay, well, as everybody's eyes spasm, taking in all the sights, some of them going dark, going light, some black and white. You see, with the commerce kind of going up, you see the buildings extend fairly high up, pretty much to as far as you can see up above you. Kind of looking, you get a rough count. There's maybe 80 or so buildings that you can see just from your vantage point on the platform. All of them connected with rope bridges, lanterns, and things kind of hung between them. You can see these several winged creatures in addition to this glider type one that kind of drift between them. And all around, you see these blackbirds that kind of move. Several of them are armed. You see mostly mundane weapons. Here and there, you see staves wrought of like this blackened wood. It's topped with what look to be like onyx gems. Most interestingly, as you kind of focus in your hearing, you can hear like the sounds of combat. It sounds as if like there's a battle going on close by. Nobody seems to be reacting though. And then you kind of look up. One of the larger platforms connected between two of the redwoods seems to be like suspended from several ropes and bridges and things. Is what looks to be like a large platform that seems to hold several of the what look to be several smaller blackbirds, and they're all kind of sparring with each other. And then there is a larger blackbird that is kind of watching them, and you can see he kind of lets out these different combat noises, perhaps either communicating or maybe training, something like that. Let me change that pronoun. Shouldn't be immense.
Looking at the thing that's on Jail's head, can I just like take a look at it? Like, what is it? And like,
Oh yeah, give me an. Well, yeah. Actually, let's see. This is a face. So what would it be? You trying to do like an appraisal check? You know.
What can I make
Yeah,
out
yeah.
of this?
All right. Let's see. Yeah, give me a nature check.
right, she's not. I'm not proficient, so we'll see what
Yeah,
happens.
you can eyeball it. You know. Okay. Pretty good. Yeah, you kind of eyeball the creature. It appears to be some sort of cross between maybe like a sugar glider or a rabbit. Some sort of gliding squirrel. You can tell it probably can't flap its wings to fly, and it's mostly can just kind of billow them out, like skin flaps or whatever, to kind of to allow itself to glide between places. There you see others of different type. This one's green. The fur looks to be very good quality, probably good for making hats or warm gloves. Let's see. I guess most notably, there's kind of like a soft fringe around its collarbone that looks reminiscent of something you would use for like maybe like a padding for armor or something. So it seems fairly valuable.
She and takes a mental note.
All right, you kind of quickly deconstruct this creature. That's about the best you can do without opening it up.
Yep.
Jail, do you notice Anne appraising your this creature on your head?
Yeah, and at that point, Jael will like kind of scoop the creature and like into her hand and like kind of hold it close to her, and with the subtle like, you are not going to make shoes out of this creature.
For when Anne sees Jail like grab it and like hold it close, she's like, she'll narrow her eyes a bit and say, "Can I pet it?"
It's-
Jail will allow it, but like she'll hold it out just a little bit farther. But she's definitely like this is her new friend.
Oh,
You guys like see up here?
yeah,
see
we
it
can
here.
see up there. I've been
You didn't
showing.
have, you,
Yep.
yeah, you didn't have
Oh,
to.
okay,
Yeah,
cool.
We were able to see it even without
Oh,
without
okay.
us being there. Yeah.
I'll delete those ones then. Don't look at yourselves. Time's continuum, you know. I just want to make sure you guys see that. Okay.
And goes ahead and gently pets this affectional glider. All right. Well.
The glider kind of leans into your hand. As you all do this, some denizens of this area begin to take notice of you. As they begin to take notice of you, your lift kind of, I guess your attendant, he looks at you all, gestures kind of widely to the village, and then lets out a sound like a raven. You take this to mean this is the name of the place, the village, Raven Call for the common folk.
Right.
But yeah, several. He kind of steps back onto the lift and resumes his post. Got a little stool that he sits down on. Some of the blackbirds on the lower levels, for sure, kind of look over. They kind of some of them seem surprised to see Heart, kind of giving nods, and then they kind of glance over to the rest of you, appraising you all. They see two Balorians, two kobolds, creatures that some of them perhaps have seen on their time out in the forest, but none that have seen them kind of coming up the lift. You can see none of them seem altogether too unconcerned, seeing that you're being escorted, but you are a curiosity. So several look down at you, not like down at you, but from higher up on platforms, kind of taking your measure. You see several curious younglings kind of looking over the edge of the sparring platform. As the weapons master kind of comes over, the training master comes over, kind of looking down at you all. Comes over to reprimand the youngling for slacking off. But then it takes stock of you all, and his eyes kind of, even from here, like maybe 60 feet down from their location, you can see his eyes go wide. He lets out a noise like sounds like the weapon's like coming to a rest, and then you see he kind of backs away from the platform and disappears from view. All of the younglings begin to they all salute, and then they slump and kind of look exhausted. But yeah.
Jail will set the glider like sort of back on her bun because it seemed to like it, and will pull out her violin and looking at Heart, play something that sounds like kind of like the music we're listening to, but just trying to convey like your home is beautiful, like it's beautiful or peaceful
Heart-
or nice.
Heart will reach up and pet the fuzzball. It's so spiffy up here. It's cool.
Oh yeah, Heart. You recognize this blackbird as he comes over to you. You can see a blackbird in kind of an overstuffed, looking a little disheveled. He bears a striking resemblance to perhaps a certain diplomat at the outpost. He comes over, exchanging some quick coups with you. He gestures to all of the other the people with you, Heart, making the sound of coins kind of clinking together, the sounds of things being taken in and out of backpacks, the sounds of commerce, basically, and then gestures to his building, which you recognize to be the trade shop where the majority of mundane goods are purchased.
I'll pull out some Valorian coins and show him.
Ooh, his eyes go wide. He looks at them intently. He offers you some of like the I guess what sort of coinage would they use? I didn't think about that. I guess they probably would be like carved wood. He offers you like some coins of your common currency in exchange for them, kind of looking at you with like a keen eye.
They're like polished
Uh,
wood. They look nice.
Yeah.
Spiffy. Yeah, I'll trade him. I'll trade him. Probably 2.
Ooh, nice. Yeah, he seems very, very thankful. He nods. You can see his fez kind of bounces around appreciatively. He seems to want to enter introductions with the rest of them, but as he kind of marvels at these coins and begins to think about it, another door kind of slams. You hear like a lock jingle, and then another door kind of opens from the east, kind of abruptly. And you see hobbling out of it is another figure. This one, not a blackbird. Still cloaked in feathers. So looking kind of cloaked in kind of well-made and well-maintained kind of furs and cottons and things like this, wearing kind of a ceremonial headdress and a much too large pack filled with all manner of random trinkets and things. You see what Hart recognizes as the Alfolk merchant that sometimes peruses this area, the Raven Call. They come hobbling out, their kind of feathered face, and whilst you are kind of doing business with fallen coins, the Alfolk merchant kind of hobbles up to the rest of the party and lets out a hoot, and then opens their mouth, and you hear actual words. She says, or they say,
What language?
Appraising you, then begins to speak in Valorian.
Oh.
Says, greetings. It has been quite some time since I've seen ground dwellers here in Ravencall.
And we'll look at Jail and look at everybody else and look back at them and say, I'm surprised you. This is the first time I've met one of your kind before.
Oh, you see a kind of a mischievous glint. Says, well, if we do it right, you won't see too many more of my kind. We keep it sparse, if it were.
Well, well, my name is Anne. You mind me asking, how do you have you met some of our kind before? You speak our language.
You can see kind of a distant look in their eyes. It says, oh, well, I knew some of what you are many, many years ago. And I seem to have retained a knack for languages.
Wait, you knew Valorian?
Says, come, peruse my shop. And Hart, you recognize this as the common Alfolk merchant that typically shows up in the in Ravencall from time to time, and what they typically use as their shop.
Hmm.
I'll turn back and I guess we head in.
Yeah, as you follow the Alfolk into a kind of a small room, you can see there's a staircase that goes upstairs to what presumably are living quarters. The walls and shelves are jam-packed with many different trinkets and curios. Looking across them, you see most are likely mundane or things like that, but here and there you do see some oddities that might have some real value. The Alfolk turns around, gesturing to all of you, nodding to Hart, says, "Oh, it is good to see you returned home. I had worried that you would not return from your expedition at all."
He'll make a chucklehound dying sound, and then point to Anne in particular. And then kind of a rattling of bars. Like a...
Yeah, like imprisonment. The Alfolk nods, says, very unfortunate. Those gnolls, they are slippery folk. They'd sooner eat you rather than see what you have for trade. I steer clear of them. Glad that you managed to get away from them. She turns around to the rest of you, says, here I am known as, she thinks for a moment, Rattling Sack. Quite endearing, isn't it?
On account of all that stuff on your back.
You can see what seems to be a small smile across the lips of the
Yeah, I get it.
of the elf.
Oh no, owl with lips? Oh my goodness, that's so scary.
I guess a small smirk across the beak.
Her cheeks go up. Yeah,
Well-
it's fine.
Yeah.
It's a pleasure to meet. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Jael Sinclair. And then, out of just sheer force of habit, she holds out her card.
Yeah, you see.
That says Jael Sinclair, private investigator.
Yeah, without any hint that it's strange, the Rattling Sack takes the card, giving it a once over with a singular eye before pocketing it into one of the many pouches across their chest. It says, yes, I have selected the outpost as an eventual point of interest, though I've elected to observe it for a while longer, considering the nature of your settlement.
What about the nature of our settlement?
It's very very industrious.
See,
Oh, that's just how Valorians are.
You can see like a forlorn look on their face. That says, "It's not how they always were." And then she kind of turns and begins to rifle through some of her junk. It's piled up high on her desk, the desk behind her. She says, "Well, if you're going to stay a while, I have a few things that might be worth your interest."
Wait, you said you knew a Valorian years ago, but we only just came here.
She kind of absentmindedly like waves a clawed hand. Says, as she does, you can see the hand actually is somewhat humanoid. Kind of comes into sharp tips, kind of covered in different rings, most of which are likely ornamental. And then she says, "Oh, I've known many races over my years. I've traveled far. The life of a traveling merchant, of course."
so you've been to far west then? Where?
West, east, south, north. Anywhere where coin is spent, I manage to find a way.
Do we know which way the outpost is from Old New Valoria? Old Valoria, however way around.
We're for the far east.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but I mean, do the outpost people know that?
I think so. Yeah, they were just like, yeah, we're gonna take this portal and it's gonna throw us into the forest.
Yeah, they could know by like stars and like.
Yeah, they knew that the portal took us to the far east because that's the reason why they took the portal, because they knew something magical has happened to the far east.
Okay.
Yeah,
How
talking
far
with
east
this with Rattling Sack, you get the feeling that they kind of, when they speak, there seems to be like maybe different thoughts going on at once to kind of war with each other to for kind of coming on whatever they end up actually saying, as if many years and experience have kind of shaped their interactions, I guess.
Hmm.
Yeah, they begin to they keep rattling around, and they pull out. Let's see. Just load this up. Okay.
Jail would have a question.
Oh yeah, go for it while she digs through her stuff.
Oh, you said you knew Valorians before. Where were these Valorians that you knew?
She's here, there, everywhere. Says, please, please. And then she turns around and says, take a look at my wares. And you can see she pushes forward like a large box. You can see these are, I guess, the curated ones from her hoard, on which you can see there's several what look to be pretty obvious like beads of nourishment. See several different potions. Some you recognize as just healing mana. Let's see. You see one that I think somebody would recognize as heroism. Yeah, anybody with Arcana would probably be able to. Oh, and then there's kind of like strange markings on them that anybody with Arcana would likely be able to decipher. You can see several spell scrolls. She kind of pulls up an urn that's got scrolls sticking out of it.
Was
have a
this just
wide-
like a trading post? You got a shop. That other guy had a shop.
He says no, or she says, Falling Coin. He has a shop, and you can see at this she kind of does air quotes. Says, yes, but you only find mundane things there. Maybe rope. If you're lucky, you'll have ball bearings at the least. Maybe even some bedrolls. But here you can find amazing things that I've gathered from my many years.
Jail would probably look through the spell scrolls and see what was there.
Yeah, same.
While also saying, so obviously there's a bit of language barrier in speaking with Hart about how all of this works, as far as who is in charge, what type of government, that sort of thing. Could you possibly enlighten us while we take a look at your wares?
Yeah, let's see.
Quid pro quo.
My scroll generator's not working. Let me pull up this one. There we go. All right. Yeah, she's got a bunch of cantrip scrolls, first level scrolls, and does she have any second levels? Yeah, she's got a few second levels. So let's see. Let me take this cantrips. I'll copy paste them.
I guess Anne will look if she has any gems for sale.
I'll throw these in chat. I wonder if they'll paste right. Yeah, that'll do it. Nice. Ignore the numbers. I just use the generator. Okay, so you were looking for gems?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Some gemstones. Okay. She's got, let's see. Ooh, she's got a clutch of like 3 pristine cut rubies.
Let me see. Pristine.
She's got one, let's see, one royal uncut emerald.
Oh boy.
And then she's got like yeah, you see the glider as soon as you open the door, the darts inside, climbs back into Jail's bun as
Yeah,
she searches through the scrolls.
Jail has a new friend.
Let's see, and then she's got like all manner of cloudy, clear gems, but those are the pristine and royal. And she doesn't seem to have any lucent or astrals in stock at the moment. As you all kind of peruse the wares, she does kind of go into it a little bit. She says, "My people, we do not procreate enough to have many enough of us for maintaining a proper civilization. So it is much easier for us to become wanderers and move about, collecting and trading in knowledge. Some knowledge is more valuable than others." And this, she kind of raises an eyebrow as you ask about the system of government, mentioning that you can't speak the language. She says,
Hmm. Think about that.
Okay. Vexen asks her, could you cut gems? Or you know someone who cut gems? I found
that
this.
same question.
"Ooh,
He'll produce like the royal onyx.
I've learned many things in my life. Gem cutting or jewel crafting is one of them. I could do this. Here, how about this? I'll give you the rundown of the village and cut this gem, but you'll have to do something for me."
Oh,
Hmm.
look around the group. Eh?
I mean, if you're in the
They'll
Jail
help
will
us
nod.
understand their culture or
Yeah.
whatever.
plus, helping them out might help us COROC them.
Is this a task for you or for the village?
Well, it's a bit of a personal thing. You have to agree to it first, though.
I mean, it depends.
It's nothing
on
illegal.
what
Well-
is illegal for?
Like,
To be honest, we wouldn't even know if it was legal or not.
Seeing as you're the only
Exactly,
one
exactly.
we can converse with, yeah.
Very astute. Anyway, I'd like another date with that hot piece of bird you've seen out there. The one training the younglings. Strong father figure. We used to have a thing, and you can see she kind of immediately goes into kind of like that reminiscent mode where like if you're talking to like an old person, they start to spiral down and kind of like talk for hours about something. She says, "Yes, me and him, Swift Steel, or Patient Steel, they call him. We many years ago we used to have a thing, but this place, Ravencall, it's become so busy recently that he's all, no, I don't have time. I've got to. Well, he doesn't say that. All he does is make sword noises at me. He says, I have to train. Oh, the younglings, they need to be ready for war. All this and that. He needs a break. And
What war are they getting ready for?
oh no! And you can see she doesn't even ding you with a response. She just keeps rambling. Says, yes, well, the younglings, I'm sure they need to be trained, but all I ask for is an evening, maybe go and see the stars, go and watch them. And she kind of rambles for a bit more before kind of angling back around. So, will you do it then?
And we'll turn to Hart. Did Hart understand? I guess Hart didn't understand what she was saying.
She quickly repeats it back in like a series of noises and affectations that Hart understands. She would have done that the whole conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of shrug.
Well, I mean, if anybody would be able to do it, it'd probably be someone who's from this village. So,
Hart, Patient Steel, the weapons master instructor. You know that he is very gung-ho about training. That if he sees you, he's going to make you train. Especially if he knew you fell out of a tree.
I see the wound on his face.
And perhaps we could offer him a bit of a reprieve from his training while the younglings learn a new form of fighting. After all, we do have a famous fighter with us. And she turns and looks at Anne.
His style.
You want me to help train or train while Patient Steel takes a break?
Perhaps.
Hart steps over and like tugs on your cloak a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Hart.
No, like as she says, fighter. He'll tug on your cloak, making a
Whose cloak?
Anne's a dying chucklehound sound, like a bit of admiration.
And we'll turn to Rattling Sack and say, you had mentioned that they're training because they're for a war. Do you know who and with and when and for what?
Did you bring out the gem? At this point, yeah, she would have been sizing it up, I guess.
I asked her, and then absolutely.
Yeah, she's kind of sizing it up. She's got like these spectacles on that are you haven't seen these before, but there's like 3 lenses that all kind of focus down. Some sort of magical device, probably.
Cool. That might be useful for harvesting.
She looks up at you, and you can see the reflection of your face in the lenses is massive. And she says, "Oh, did I say that? Well, I think you of all people should know that these forests are teeming with fighting. The Blackbirds, though they have tried to remain impartial in the past, are no strangers to conflict and will enter it when it is necessary. I believe you term them as hog folk."
Oh, I see.
Yes, these boar kin, they came in from outside these limits, and they have been giving the Blackbirds, the Ravens, a hard time, as it were, and the upper leadership, composed of many elders, has devised strategies for dealing with them. Though in recent years, I'm sure you've all noticed magical issues have begun to arise, which has strained things even farther.
See. Well, I'm willing to help train or some of the younglings if it would mean giving Patient Steel a break to come speak with you. But I wouldn't be able to communicate. That would be up to Hart to let them know and convince.
We can just go take care of what they're so worried about.
Or that too, yeah.
Might get something off his mind, and then he could. Vexen makes like a little dancing motion and points at the rattling sack.
You can see Vigorous nodding. Yes, a killer at the waltz.
Let's
Alright.
go talk to him. I think he disappeared though.
She tells you in so many words, I guess. So she gives you what main info? I guess the main beat she probably gives you is the population of the Blackbirds is around 200 or so, maybe 150 to 200. Primarily dwell in this area of the forest, though they have like kind of satellites around everywhere. Mostly working in information gathering. Seem to be in open conflict with the hog folk. As for the structure and setup of the building, she mentioned the elders and how perhaps at a certain age, certain experience level, even age being a secondary qualifier, a Blackbird warrior might ascend to the role of an elder, taking a role as kind of a defender of the village. So serve as like a knowledge repository, as well as one of the most skilled and like reticent to respond to threats warriors of the village. So not like our leadership here in America. Like they'd show up and they'd do battle with you. Let's see. There's pretty much all forms of commodities here in Ravencull, most of which can be found from the trade shop. The only thing that's kind of closely guarded and kept kind of close to the chest is our weapons, because of the war effort. Any sort of weapons and things like that are guarded or kept to the warriors for when they need them. So you won't be able to buy those from the mundane shop, and it doesn't seem that Rattling Sack has any of those in her piles of many curios and things. Other than that, was there anything in particular that you wanted to know about regarding the village?
This village is made by the Blackbirds, run by the Blackbirds.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Well, she holds off, yeah.
So, what is the name of the leader of the Blackbirds in this village?
Here. Actually, she'll probably say they are the first elder.
See.
So the eldest of them all.
There are 3. Well, there are 3 elders, and one of them, the leader, is the first.
Okay, I understand.
You can see her kind of she dodders around. Does anybody want tea?
I'll take that emerald. But would you be able to cut it for me?
Of course.
Plus extra.
I understand.
She brings out her tea set and then Vexen. Well, God, we're just about to get out of here.
Depends what kind of. Yeah. She does the old person thing where you're about to leave, and then she kind of like busts out the tea and crumpets and things, and she's like, "Oh, hold on there." Yeah, she sees a heart going out the door, and she kind of moves to maneuver you back in before closing the door.
Yeah.
You hear a
It's
slight
very-
click as the lock shuts.
Very skillfully.
Does Jael get the sense that Rattling Sack is holding anything back about the village, or there's stuff she's not saying?
Give me an insight.
She's gonna get the insight that she's very lonely and she hasn't had company in a long time. All she has to talk to these birds all day, and all I do is train on. Back to the question, yeah. Vexen kind of goes back into it. Who was on first again?
Jeez. So as for Jail's insights, let's see from that. It could be evasiveness. Could just be kind of an elder kind of tottering about. Doesn't know exactly what information would be super important to you all. Maybe is kind of giving you the best version of what they've got. You don't sense any outward malicious intent.
Okay. With that, while she's taking some tea and crumpets,
They are delicious.
do I still have my cute little glider in my bun?
You do. It reaches with its crabby hands for a crumpet.
I will give them a crumpet. If you think that I'm not getting a pet out of this, you are wrong.
You can have it.
But Jael will just sort of say, now, we were actually sent here with a letter, or rather several letters, long letters, from one of the elders in our group. And hoping to establish some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement between the two communities. And that's kind of why we were asking these questions. You seem to be very insightful and wise in these things. How best would we want to approach this matter?
Yeah, we gotta know his name. So who is he? Who's on first? Who's the first?
She kind of dotes at you, Jail, while ignoring Vex, and says, "Oh, flattery will get you everywhere, honey. Anyway, the elders, I'm sure a letter could work, but they're more of a face-to-face type of folk. These Blackbirds, I'm sure they'll want to meet you in person eventually, as soon as they get word that you're here in the village. I'm sure they already have. There's many patrols and scouts in this forest. It's likely they are aware of you and are perhaps waiting for you to get comfortable before strong-arming you into a meeting."
I'm pretty sure Heart does Heart know?
Know about what?
Who the leaders are, the three elders.
Yeah, you want like names?
Yeah, who's...
Okay, well, the first elder is just referred to as the first. Says, yes. Oh, what I wouldn't give for maybe a night out. No. Anyway, the second elder, he's known as the Merciful End. And she makes like a imitation noise. It sounds like some sort of creature that you don't know. Exactly. Oh, well, I guess you could give me an animal handling or a arcana. Some sort of creature like cry, and then it's like cut short. It sounds like a great axe meeting flesh. Oh, yeah, definitely not Vexen. Doesn't know.
All of us, or
No, anybody that's got either proficiency. Oh, okay, Jail with a 20.
Got a bunch of elders?
The thing with the bard is I'm technically proficient in everything.
What's the name of the second elder?
Okay, yeah, the creature that she makes the noise of, it sounds distinctly reminiscent of a Rathian.
oh damn.
Shit.
Like the sound of a Rathian's cry before it's cut off by like an axe. Which is like it's like a wyvern basically.
Big one.
Damn.
So she says, yes, Merciful End, he's the cheery one. Loves to grow stronger. The last elder, probably likely the brains of the bunch. She kind of picks up a random thing off her table, which you notice to be probably like an arm bone or something, and she snaps it, and then kind of looks at all of you and says, snapping bone. They're somewhat of the mystical variety. Handle most of the magical decisions and investigations of Ravencall, I've heard. Oh, but they're nice folk, of course. They give me my little shop here on the ground floor, and I get to make lots of friends with all these feathered friends.
See.
Ooh, yeah, she sees you reaching for the tea, Vex, and just kind of like pushes your hand onto a crumpet instead.
He's just so flustered. These people don't even know the names of the village.
So we have the
It's-
first, we have Merciful End, and we have Snapping Bone.
Yeah, from the way she describes it, it seems like they're not, like, though they have kind of like hardcore names, it's likely that the elders, I mean, they're elders in name old. Well, they're old, but they're not doted on. They got to their position from being strong or wise, or mostly both.
Mhm.
Yeah, the first seems to be the only one that doesn't have like a true name. Like the Blackbirds all seem to have something associated with their personality or with their fighting prowess.
Mhm. Okay.
So don't be intimidated. I'm sure they'll be very grateful to have outsiders here in their village. They love me.
Right.
I just changed the name of the stream.
I always do that.
I guess first step is to see if we can get that meeting between you and Patient Steel.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead. She was just agreeing, yeah.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, out of character, if they're like wary of their weapons, I'm fairly certain they could trade with Valorians, who probably have an absolute stockpile.
Be a good avenue. Yeah, for communication, you could say like what you're going for, and then it's assumed that Hart conveys it in some manner where you can get the gist of it,
Yeah.
to make it easier than you having to think of a whole bunch of adjectives.
But it's fun.
I mean, I don't want to step on your toes, but complicated ideas are hard to get across or something.
This is true.
You make a noise of many Valorians, a noise of many weapons, a noise of Blackbirds not having weapons.
Noise of
Yeah, that's how I usually do it. Like
Coins changing
like
hand.
Kenku before. I mean,
Yeah. But yeah, I mean,
they're more, these guys are more than Kenku though. They have mimicry, but they also have actual language.
Oh yeah. So I should have pointed out as well, as whenever you're in the village, and even now, the room's not soundproof or anything. It's more of like a kind of a loose slats covering the walls, so many cracks. You can still hear the commerce of outside. Besides your voices, you don't really hear any voices coming from any of the Blackbirds. It all seems to be like sounds like that, mostly animal sounds, sounds of combat, sounds of nature. Rattling Sack remarks on this. She says, yes, the Blackbirds, they see, because of their condition, they see voices and things as expressions of the soul. They keep their souls closely guarded, and it's a vast form of disrespect in their eyes to use someone else's voice, taking their soul, as it were.
So that's why they don't mimic voices.
Except in dire circumstances, or there's exceptions, but that's what she says.
Well, thank you for the knowledge.
She nods.
You're very wise, and very
Wow.
kind for sharing.
Oh, of course. Please take some to go. And you can see she's already got like a folded like sack filled with crumpets.
Paper bag.
She stuffs your stomachs and then your pouches.
I do have a question about this lovely creature making a home in my hair. Is there anything I need to know care-wise should they decide to travel with me?
Let's see. Says,
It's too late
yes.
for you, I'm afraid.
It's already taken roost. They are bioluminescent and require fruit to eat, though they are omnivorous. Do not feed them after midnight.
Yes.
Don't feed or water them after midnight.
Now, I have a question. Is that you can't feed them until dawn after midnight? Because technically it's always after midnight.
After midnight and between dawn, don't feed them. You can see a glint of mirth in her eyes, and with your passive insight, you can tell that she's pulling your leg. As she says this, she kind of pushes a trinket into each one of your hands. To Vexen, she gives you a pair of exquisite-looking shoes.
What are those?
For Art, she gives you a small comb made of blue coral.
Pretty.
Comb your hair, child.
For Jail, she gives you she gives you an amazing and illustrious looking gemstone. To the others, it looks like coal. But to you, Jail, it looks very nice. To Anne, she gives that is interesting.
What?
What?
That's crazy.
What the?
That's
we're not gonna do that one.
No,
We'll give
No, that's fine.
Oh,
did you want the pouch with Gideon's?
No, I don't know. That's crazy though.
no. So
That can just be between us. That's
Okay, yeah, all right. Yeah, she'll give you a pouch with has dice and says Gideon on the side of it.
Mhm.
I know somebody who lost this.
She'll take it and look at the name. Well, okay, is it scratched in Valorian?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. She'll look at the name and her eyes will go wide and be like, "Huh."
I guess it'd probably be written in Squeakinese, honestly.
Squeakinese.
I don't know. Squeakinese has a written language.
Uh,
But I just don't know lore. But I
don't know.
Yeah, whatever.
It's in Valorian, yeah, sure. All right, to Singe, she gives you.
What?
A well-known murder.
She says, she brings this out. She says, yes, I've been meaning to get rid of this. And she hands it to you. As you take it, if you don't take it, she'll just rest it on your shoulder. And then if you look at it, it's gone. And then you look and it's on your left hand.
Given that he's a kobold, does it actually fit? Or is it way too big?
It's magically
So just
sized.
like Mickey Mouse hand.
It magically sizes itself. It's like it was made for you.
Oh god.
So it was a bag of dice with the word
Was it marbles or
marble?
Maybe it was marbles and dice.
Yeah, marbles and dice, and scratched on it. It says Gideon. Okay.
I thought that was too weird, I didn't want to. These are not custom trinkets.
I mean, with the odds
obviously
of it,
not. That's so.
with like the odds of it landing on that, like
1 in
Yeah.
1,500.
Crazy if it went to Vexen, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah.
if it went to Vexen. Oh my goodness.
Let's see.
These are really nice. I don't wear shoes though. Maybe Miles will like these.
Some more shoes for Miles.
Yeah.
We have some. These are gifts. For
These are the best shoes you've ever brought me. Thank you.
these are delegations from the Blackbirds to the Valorians.
Okay, cool.
I was about to ask if that was the name of the shoes.
All right.
Because it would have been
All
extra
right, let's go
funny.
get this owl a date.
Right, as you emerge, you can see commerce is still going on. A couple more people have kind of been told of all of yours presence here, and you see some, like maybe a small crowd has gathered to observe you all from a safe distance, kind of watching you. They kind of exchange soft noises between them. You hear like a small puff of flame. One of them makes like a chuckle hound noise, pointing at Anne.
Seems they know who helped you with the chuckles.
Oh yeah, as they see Hart, many of them call like raven calls, like a traditional greeting within the village. All right, yeah. So as you emerge out, you can see that some of the rope bridges have stairs built into them. Some of the trees have kind of spiraling staircases that wrap around them, leading up higher into the canopy. And you can travel upwards. We will take like a short break so I can use the bathroom, but I'll be right back.
Okay, in that case, likewise.
All right, cool. Vexen will ask Jail if you got so many. We have an audience. Give them a show.
What kind of a show? You mean with the violin?
Yeah, you can play your violin, and I can make water do cool things.
All right. Why
And
not?
he's like he's all the attention's on him. He's like, I need take advantage of.
Yeah, Jail will start playing a lively water tune.
Yeah, and then Vexen will do some water bending, shape water. Do like little
It's funny. I was
streams or curly cues.
a waterbending subclass popped into my feed and read it this morning. It was really good. Or just a bending class. That's all
I'm just imagining
do
we're
it super-
turning. We're like making like a raven call, like Bellagio fountain.
Yeah.
Yes.
I gotta ask Crash if we're doing the whole gem socketing and all that stuff in PV.
I think on the rules I transferred over. I think that was a thing.
Yeah, I'm fairly certain they are. Yeah, they're in the house rules, so arcane jewels, oils.
So I'm gonna see if I can turn this emerald and add it into my sword.
Oh yeah, some poison acid damage, I think it is.
Poison. Emerald's poison.
Yeah.
Poison damage and poison your target.
No, it's Peridot's acid.
Yeah. While we're doing like a little bit of a break, I've got to ask, how do you make your token look different directions? Like not like rotate, but just flip.
So
If you
there's
search mirror in quick insert, it'll pop up.
Instead of doing that, because if you do that, it's gonna make a new one. Go down to the where your hotbar is, and hit the little folder next to it, and it'll open up the macro directory.
Oh, yeah.
And then type in mirror there, and there should be one
Okay.
that's blue, and you just drag that onto your bar. And then when you have your thing selected, you can hit that, and it'll let you flip back and forth.
Nice. Okay.
No, but that
Yeah.
trinket table, that was wild.
Yeah.
But it totally, absolutely could have happened given that he's the one that had him.
Mm-hmm.
That's great.
Did Gideon actually lose his dice or
No?
Okay.
Well, I could say those are from
He
like his
he lost his
childhood.
marbles.
Yeah, no, those are like childhood toys that he had. And then somehow
That's why he is the way he is.
I'm back.
Is that crazy?
Don't know what you're talking about. Actually, if not, the gloves probably his.
Murderer? What?
Yeah. Oh.
You're thinking of Horatio.
Oh, Horatio, not Gideon. Yeah. Why do I always get them
Alright.
backwards? Because Gideon sounds like a murdery name. Horatio doesn't.
Oh no. To me,
I
the
don't
other way.
know.
To me, it's the other way around.
Yeah.
Horatio.
Really? Oh. I don't know.
So you make your way up. Some of the
Well,
Blackbirds.
Real quick,
Oh.
well, since we have like a crowd watching us, Jill and I were gonna do a thing.
Do you perform?
Yeah,
All right, go for it.
gotta.
I'm back.
So she's gonna play her violin, and I'm gonna do cool water bending.
All right, you can
Shake water.
do. Yeah, go for it. Oh yeah, one of you can. Yeah, you can do 2 checks or one with advantage.
I got a +4. you want- if-
I just have a regular +3, unless I could use like a caster check to do.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, the one.
Which should
then
be
I'll
the
just do
same thing,
performance.
actually. I don't know. You should do it. Do it with advantage.
Oh my god.
Try and do the.
You each a boon for this. So
Wow.
we've got jail. You find us extra gold.
Throw gold at this.
More?
Oh yeah, okay. Let's see. All right, and then for
wood chips at you.
Try and
Press
press
in.
them. Oh.
you're gonna hit die. Okay. All right. So for jail, they throw down. Let's see. There's their coinage, but like they're like these maybe like quarter-sized planks of wood that look like they've been carved from some like red tree, and they're polished smooth, and carved into them is what looks to be like a raven on one side, and then on the back there is a let's see. What is this? Yeah, one side there's like a raven's head, and then on the other side there's what looks to be like a tower, like a stone tower. Yes, and as you're looking about, the only metal in the outpost seems to either be a very few metal supports that are on the house, like the houses, or weapons. But the majority of the majority of the houses use like wooden nails and wooden supports. So there's just a very little metal seems to be present here.
Oh, I can imagine them doing Japanese carpentry style with like no
Yeah.
fasteners at all.
Hitting it together, yeah. It's hard to do when you're 300 feet off the ground. Oh yeah, interestingly enough, yeah, if you look down, you can see out just fine. You can see the forest floor way below through some sparse tree coverage.
Hmm.
Dale looks down once and then never again.
It's okay. It's okay, Joe. We seem to be fine up here.
All right, yeah, the performance is amazing. There's many they don't clap with their hands, but there's some of them let out the sound of clapping for the sounds of mirth. There's some songbird calls, and, things like that. As you make your way to the top, though, many of the Blackbirds kind of move aside as you all walk past. Some of them kind of lean in for closer looks. You can see that the ones kind of wearing weapons seem less interested, kind of moving past, going about their typical duties. The ones that are just kind of wearing like clothing, most of which is just kind of well maintained, but nothing too fancy. Some of them look younger, some of them look older, and then many of them are unarmed, maybe a dagger here or there. These seem to be like the common folk of the village, so probably don't get out as much. And they seem very interested in all of you. They're all polite though, so they don't. There's no like grabbing or anything, but there is lots of leaning in, and if you like make noises or some as you move, or if you're talking,
I'll try and mimic their raven call that they use as a greeting.
You can see there's a lot of head nodding and agreement, fascination with it as well. All right. As you make your way up, though, you are met, your little party, by a familiar face. So moving down one of the higher sky paths is a blackbird, or two blackbirds. Oh, this is the wrong one. Not this guy. This.
Hey.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you recognize these two blackbirds, one as drawn bow and one as nicked blade, the two that were present whenever the hogfolk had stolen one of their own. I can see they're still not present, perhaps recovering or off working on something. They move up to you, drawn bow, kind of first going from heart, kind of giving a greeting, a raven call, and then looking over the rest, giving like a noise of appraisal, I guess, and then to Vexen giving like a recognition and nodding to them. It repeats back the sound of the flute that sounds really bad that you played.
Oh, I think it's broken. You gave me a broken one. All right, I'll practice.
You can see there's a joke in his eyes, but the big one with the sword ever present slung over their shoulder also gives the same kind of introduction as well. To the new ones, to the newcomers like Anne, Singe, Jail, drawn bow kind of repeats their name, which is the sound like a bowstring being drawn back, and nicked blade just makes the noise of a blade being notched. They kind of exchange pleasantries with you all. At that, they can kind of see that you're making your way up, so they kind of stand aside, and as you keep going, they kind of fall into step behind you, kind of seeing what you're up to.
One over
All
here, right?
Yeah. Oh, well,
Yeah. So as you head up, let's see. So the houses are all kind of built in such a manner that let's see. Yeah, the ones towards the bottom seem to be like, besides the trade shop and the trinkets and curios that Rattling Sack inhabits, all of the buildings are made very solidly. You can see the rope bridges here all have like fast releases and like things that you can easily identify as like defensive measures, some barricades and things that look like they could be easily deployed. They all look dusty and as if they haven't seen use much, if ever. But it looks like the bottom part of the village is fortified against attack, in addition to being cloaked somehow from the ground. As you move farther up, the buildings become less sturdy and functional, and more like about form and function. So you see more spirals, more intricate carvings, some pod-like buildings, some square, and the vast majority seem to be like one single room, but then you see some that are larger and kind of span multiple trees. And you eventually reach your destination. Okay, so as you get higher, you can see that at some point the weapons master has returned from wherever they went off to, and has gone back to sparring and drilling with the younglings. Here's a bigger map. Actually, I'll just drag you over to the other map. You're not dragged yet, so don't freak out.
Are these like rope bridges?
Yeah, the majority are, yeah. Some of them are more sturdy and look like they've been kind of have vines and things woven to kind of set them.
Kind of shitty little brother fixing his. He's gonna. While he's walking behind jail, he's gonna kind of like shake the bridge a little bit.
Lord! She just like grabs onto like the sides and it's just like it says like a brief prayer, not necessarily to one specific god, more just like any that will listen. You know that scene in The Mummy with like Benny who's got like the symbols for every single god?
Yeah.
That's jail.
Heart sees that and makes a whoosh sound.
I can't. I guess it's dark. It's a dark.
Yeah. I don't know why it doesn't default. Okay, let me activate. There we go.
There's training going on here.
Yeah, so you can hear many sounds of you can see all. It's kind of sounds like there's the mix of like actual combat sounds, which seem to be mostly originating from Patient Steel, and then all of the younglings are armed with what look to be kind of swords wrought from hard wood that they're using to smack each other with. While being instructed, every once in a while, Patient Steel kind of steps in, correcting something or admonishing something, or praising. Very, very rarely. Let's see. All right.
Hell, just that yelling.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah.
That's what else.
You can keep the
Yelling.
trank music.
Yeah.
But so this platform you can see is suspended between multiple massive trees, and is very, very sturdy. There's like a guardrail around it that goes up 4 or 5 feet to prevent anybody from falling overboard. Not that any blackbirds would fall or anything, but as you get to the top, the concentration of some of the younglings kind of wanes for a bit. You can see one kind of stops defending, looking over at you, kind of dumbstruck, and gets hit across the face with a wooden sword, falling flat on their back. Several others kind of watch over. This Patient Steel kind of lets out the note of swords ceasing, going into sheaths and things, and they all stop for. With him still here, they all kind of stand at attention, though. Patient Steel whips around, looking over all of you.
Question.
Yeah.
Whenever they like start sparring or anything like that, do they ever do like some type of gesture before they start sparring?
It's probably like each one of them probably gives like a short bow, you know. There's probably like a short bow, and then like the noise. They probably each give out like the noise of like wood hitting wood to indicate like a practice match.
Okay.
And it's kind of Patient Steel provides the ambiance of real fighting to kind of condition them. Even at this young age, you can it's hard to kind of judge their ages, but you can see each one of these blackbirds, whereas they typically stand about 5 to 5.5 feet. Each one of these is no more than 3.
Not breathing your mic.
Oh, sorry. My bad.
Yeah, each one of these is no more than like 3 feet tall.
Bumped it.
All right. And then with that, the training stops. Patient Steel kind of whips around, sees all of you, scans over you, kind of settles on Anne for a moment, and you can see there is like some recognition and an almost imperceptible kind of bow of respect from the weapons master, and then continues going and finally gets to heart. Patient Steel kind of steps forward, kind of taking your measure. You can see he's kind of scanning you, looking to see if you've been keeping up with your training, like while imprisoned or after getting out and inhabiting the outpost. You can see he's not pleased. He sees he sees the blood on your beak. He lets out like I guess like his eyes kind of narrow. Maybe he's looking for like dirt or something, anything left in your feathers, and he makes like the noise of what you come to recall as a hog folk burrowing into the ground, like he asking you if you've been digging, like a hog or like a boar.
I'll motion no.
He makes a sound like swords clashing, asking if you've been keeping up with your training, even though he knows the answer.
Like trying. It's been, trapped for a while, so as much as he could.
His eyes narrow. He looks over at all the rest of you. He gives he motions to all of you. He makes a noise pointing to himself. It sounds like a kind of a slow breath, and then like a swoosh as a sword stabs forward, and you recognize this is his name, Patient Steel. Let's see. He gives like a kind of a chirp of a question, and then kind of motions to all of the ones that you brought with you, Hart.
I'll like pull my warhammer out of my belt, show it to him, and point to the Valorians in particular, and then make some sword clashing sounds. Like
they want to be trained.
They can teach, and they also have arms at the outpost.
He nods.
Mhm.
Let's see. He thinks on this. He kind of moves over. He looks, he looks over Jail, Singe, Vexen. He's kind of looking for like martial weapons, I guess, on any of you.
I have a long sword on me.
Yeah, he knows. He kind of he already gave you kind of like acknowledgement, but he's looking over the two kobolds in Jail to see like.
So Jail does have like her violin bow does also double as a rapier, so she does have that.
He also has a rapier at his hip. He nods respectfully. Actually, yeah, seeing a violin that doubles as a rapier, yeah, he probably would be fairly interested, though he wouldn't show it. Looking over at Singe and Vex.
Yeah, Vexen.
Yeah,
pulls up
Singe
a
kind of shrugs.
Switchblade, clicks it.
Yeah, I mean, Singe does pull out a
And
dagger,
then
but
shrugs.
doesn't really look very proficient with it.
Yeah, he makes a sound that sounds like magic hitting a tree or something, and it almost sounds like a scoff.
I don't think he's impressed, Singe.
Like he knows your kind. He knows.
I can imagine it being like a sad firebolt.
Yeah, then he makes a follow up. It sounds like what happens when a caster burns out and blood explodes out of their ears. He shrugs. Let's see.
So good.
He seems okay. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll turn to him and try and imitate a sound of a rattling sack.
You can see there's recognition and perhaps interest, but he turns back to the younglings.
I'm
kind of looking over them.
Are there any like wooden like swords that are not like being held by anything like that or like hanging around?
Yeah, there's like a vase with several of them kind of plunged into it.
So I'll pick up 2 of them. Turn to him. Turn to the younglings. Do you like the bow thing, and then put the 2 swords together?
Hmm. Yeah, he will nod. Let's see. Okay.
And then you, Vexen points, can go on a break, and then he does a dancing motion with Sack Lady.
Yeah, give me like a persuasion using like your martial modifier.
Right. So a strength
Persuasion strength, yes.
Yeah, persuasion strength. Yeah.
Amazing.
All right. Do I have anything in persuasion? Oh wow, I am proficient in persuasion. What the heck? Oh yeah.
Can I give her
Right.
advantage?
What are you
Good at
you gonna
making
like you gonna
offers you
hype
can't
her up?
refuse.
Oh yeah. I was kind of
You like billow her cloak from behind.
sure.
Okay, yeah. All right, yeah, checks out. Yeah,
Obviously,
let's see.
Vexen is well versed in the language of love.
He nods, but
Oh.
you can see. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I was gonna help with the convincing him to go on a date with Rattling Sack by pulling out the violin and like playing like romantic music.
Mia More. All right, yeah. He does seem convinced, but he kind of looks at you. He kind of grabs one of the. He has like a training sword. He's kind of got it behind his back, and he looks to you, kind of bows respectfully, and makes the sound of 2 swords clashing, as if asking you for a polite duel to demonstrate with the children, like the outsider's prowess.
Okay.
You can tell he does recognize you and definitely acknowledges your skill and would like to demonstrate to the others or whatever.
All right. She'll nod and replace the bow with him, and I guess grab a wooden longsword if they have one.
Yeah, they do. They got short swords, long swords, or whatever.
Yeah.
Some of the younglings just have little like sticks because they're very small.
Mhm.
All right, yeah, the ring clears. You can see the younglings are very happy to sit down.
Elle begins playing like
They begin
sick
to-
combat music.
Yeah. Let's see.
Like I watched it, it's probably like Devil Went Down to Georgia.
Go ahead and roll initiative. You can see a drawn bow takes a seat kind of respectfully and begins to watch. Nick Blade next to you, Vexen. He holds out a copper coin, or not a wooden coin, kind of gestures towards the patient steel.
Oh yes. Let's see. Yeah, whatever. I think the equivalent is. I don't know. I guess 10 gold coins. I don't know. I'll pull him out of his pouch.
Okay. And you can see from you're a warrior. You can see patient steel kind of takes your measure and then adjusts himself to give you an appropriate challenge.
Variable challenge rating. Interesting.
He is a weapons master.
Every time one of them scores a hit on the other, Singe is gonna use minor illusion to make like a scoreboard above them.
Awesome.
All right.
All right. Let's see what he's got here. Oh yeah, I need to combat state you. There we go. All right. So yeah, you take it.
All right. Let me just check something real quick. All right. So I guess first thing she'll do is kind of set herself up and kind of like bonus action aim and go for attack at advantage against him.
All right.
Oof. 12.
Okay. Which one do you have the music on? I'm gonna swap it real quick.
Yeah, 1.
Nice. I like that music, but for now.
Mortal Kombat theme.
Yeah, so you can see the blow kind of comes in, and you think it's going to be sound, but at the last second kind of steps aside, and then goes in with a counterattack.
As he makes that attack, Anne's gonna kind of sidestep a little bit and see if you can kick up some wood chips into his face.
Ooh, nice.
Classic anime.
Pocket chips.
Oh, geez. I stole this counterattack from somebody's sheet and fucking broke it. But anyway, it's when an attack misses, whatever, you can make a reaction attack. Alright, so it goes to bludgeon, which you're going to make a con save.
If he does it, just makes him blind, and then he can still make the attack, but it'll get disadvantage.
Gotcha.
Alright, so he's blind.
Ah, okay, nice. Alright,
So he can still make the attack, it'll just be a disadvantage.
nice. Okay, yeah. He goes in. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, you kick up some dirt or some dust off of the unswept training ground. You can see it kind of goes into his eyes. He goes wide, slashing down into air. You can see he kind of composes himself, and he just keeps his eyes shut. All right, goes to his turn. All right. He has this. So
Alright, so it's a straight.
it's a straight roll. So he goes in to Bapia. It's gonna be 21 for 7.
Yep, that hits.
All right, then he passes to you.
Alright. Go ahead, same thing. Bonus action, aim, go for attack. Oh, actually, I don't need a bonus action because he's already blind. No, he's not blind anymore because it started my turn. So yeah, bonus action, aim, go for attack.
Gotcha. Ooh. All right. Yeah, you see it comes in, and then he kind of, with his eyes still closed, like looking into the classmates, it hits him, and then he kind of leans into it, or leans away from it to kind of, like taking a punch, like, so he uncanny dodges it.
Oh wow. Oh boy.
But it does land.
Okay. Alright.
All right, and then he will take it. All right, and so, yeah, he will. Let's see. Yeah, he'll just open his eyes and go in for a bop. Kind of lashes out with the sword. Oh, jeez.
Hits. 8.
Yeah, he like one of the younglings maybe lets out like a cheer, but he like halves the damage and kind of like shoots a look towards the youngling, The youngling immediately quiets down and goes respectful. So you just take 4 damage.
All right.
He's an instructor, he's... Alright, you can take it.
All right. Let me see. Anything else I can do? Yep. Same thing. Aim and attack.
Showing her proud glory into standing still in one spot and just hitting it until it dies.
All right.
Yeah, he brings up his sword and a parry.
Okay.
I guess he'll counterattack.
Yep. He's gonna counterattack. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Man. Yeah. Okay, that hits for 9.
And you gotta move around. You're just standing there. I know why you're doing it. I just from an outward perspective.
I know.
He shifts back and forth. And then he'll pass to you.
All right. Let me see. All right. Yeah. Same. That's all I can really do right now. Same thing. Is that advantage?
Alright. Yeah. He goes to parry, but is actually, let's see. When you hit him, he had uncanny dodge and the attack, and then I want to make sure he didn't use his reaction already. Counterattacked. Yeah, he did. Yeah, right.
Well,
because he counterattacked bludgeon. Oh no, that was his turn. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he got his turn back.
Okay. Yeah, so that'll definitely hit. Yeah, so he leans into it, taking 9. Bang. You can see he is ruffled. Like you land like a solid hit. He leans into it, but you can see it kind of dishevels his nice-looking chain shirt. Mm-hmm. He nods in admiration or in acknowledgement, and then we'll take it. Let's see.
I probably should, instead of worrying about it, just go for it. If he's gonna make an attack, I'm gonna try and blind him before the attack goes off.
All right, go for it. Ooh. Yeah, so you repeat it again, and he sidesteps, and then comes in with a bludgeon.
It misses.
Oh, you bring it up, though.
Oh, man. I still had my reaction. All right.
All right, you're up.
Yep, same thing. Just sidestep this way.
There it is.
Oh shit.
Oh, do you aim, I assume?
Yep, always.
Nice. All right.
Oh, were you there?
Okay, yeah. You were right there, yeah. Yeah, so you take aim, kind of stealing yourself. 18, what is that? Oh my god, 36? I think that's 36, right? Yeah.
18 plus 18.
18. Yeah.
All right.
18, 36.
Yeah, he leans into it, taking 18.
With that hit, she'll also sap. So spend a hit die to do an extra 1d8.
All right, you need a 5.
Right.
Ooh.
I mean, wouldn't that also get doubled?
It just says, okay, each hit dice expend.
Adds to the attack, so it's like a smite should get doubled.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, so that'll be 8. Then, I need to roll this. Well, the second one will be. I don't know. Is it going to be counted as the max number for crit?
Oh, yeah, I guess it would be.
So that'll be 4 and 8.
Yeah, so 4 and it'll be 4 and 2 because it'll actually be 4 and 4 and 8, 12, but it's
haven't
not
had any
very
paladins yet, like really like smite stuff yet. How does that work with your smite dice?
So
Oh, it's
smite
weapon
same
dice.
thing?
Weapon dice is max damage, not a.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
it's
then it would be
true.
like the first dice you rolled and the second dice is maxed, and that'd be weird.
Paladins
that's
just
true.
delete stuff, otherwise, yeah. Although the smite is less powerful, but
Yeah.
anyway.
All right, so yeah, roll
What's the
roll
score?
that second sap, and wait, yeah, because you get 2 saps, right?
Well, I can only spend 1 hit die, so I can
Oh,
spend 1 for
okay.
the 4.
All right, he's
I
at
don't know,
1
I don't-
hit point.
So hopefully, I don't die this next
All
attack.
right.
And
He
Yeah.
missed, and he has advantage. He kind of moves to the side, goes in with a bludgeon.
all right, I'm gonna use my reaction to try and blind him.
Oh, you
Go
bring
straight
up
roll.
straight roll.
If he
uh,
fails it,
Yeah, either way, it's gonna be straight roll, so it hits me.
All right, yeah, he pulls it back for the rallying cry, and he holds it so that it just brings you to 1.
Yeah.
And yeah, he nods in considerable admiration.
And we'll nod back and try and make the sound of the sound that he made for Patience to Heal.
Ooh, nice, yeah. He makes the sounds of Chucklehounds dying, because I think is that how you referred to yourself when you first got in?
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah, he makes that back at you, and
wearing a chucklehound, yeah.
yeah, you can see the younglings were on the edge of their seats, and seeing that you actually brought him down to 1 HP, I guess it'd be the same 6-second round where you were both brought to 1 HP, so we'll call it a draw.
All right, sure.
They
take
nod. Let's see. Yeah, one of them goes. This one down here, same one that got reprimanded already, goes to make like a whistle, but then he gets shot a look and he doesn't whistle. Let's see. One of the this guy over here will come down, and he will cast a Cure Wounds on each of you.
Mm-hmm.
The first one will be for him.
Unsheathing
Second one
common
will be
fog.
okay, nice.
Plus 11.
Yeah, he'll give you 11 and then 6 to Patient Steel.
Whew.
All right, yeah.
They're very skilled here.
That was clutch.
That crit.
I can't wait till I can get what you call it?
Uncanny dodge.
Uncanny dodge.
Yeah.
He's got that NPC stat block. But yeah, he nods and gesturing towards like the wooden sword, he points it at you as if to say like keep it. And he makes a series of sounds that you take to mean remember to keep up with your training as well.
And we'll nod.
He let's see. He goes over to one of these other derogatory of common folk. This one's looks to be some sort of aide, also dressed in some loose armor. Has a couple of weapons and wooden swords. Moves into the ring and kind of watches over as all of the younglings kind of go back at it. Let's see. He makes a noise, sounds like a rattling sack, and nods to all of you. He goes over to Hart though before departing, and he passes you the wooden sword, and then pulls a youngling out of nowhere and points you at him, makes the
Just got
sword
spotted.
flashing, and then he backs away and begins to walk off. Do you begin to spar with the youngling?
Sure.
Nice. You beat them soundly. The youngling is pissed. It's a steel youngling. This is his own son that he whipped out of nowhere.
Oh snap!
Deal.
You've developed an enemy now, an arch. But yeah, Patient Steel nods to all of you. He gives like some sounds that now that he's taking your all measure and seeing the prowess of the Valorians for himself and their companions, he seems to have much more respect, and he begins to depart, heading towards Rattling Sack's shop.
All right.
I guess I look towards Nick and the coin he was holding, and I look at my coins, and I just put my coins back in my pocket, or maybe we should trade. Like, I'll give him my coins if he gives me his coin.
Yeah.
There you go.
He looks at you slyly, passes it over to you.
The draw.
I'll pull up my shield and give Anne another cure wounds.
Oh yeah, I got to roll burn out for that common dude.
I was gonna say, does he start bleeding from the eyes? Hope he's good. Oh wait. Oh, I rolled good. Okay, cool.
Yep. No sudden explosions. All right. So you can see Patient Steel descending down. The sparring resumes, and yeah, it's quite peaceful. So yeah, you would have left the both the gems. She can cut both of them in let's see, a night, I believe. Cut a gemstone to improve its value. It takes around 8 hours.
Yeah, each stone takes 8 hours.
So 16 hours. She's got expertise in jeweler's tools. She'll do it in half, you know. Oh yeah, so she's working on those. So yeah, do you just kind of hang out, observe the younglings for a little while?
Oh, I mean,
Yeah, I mean, unless we think like Jill needs to provide like a romantic soundtrack to the date.
La, 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 la.
Just as you're considering kind of moving off and doing that, Songbird shows up. He's moving quickly down from one of the ramps from higher up in the village. You can see he's looks much better, whereas before he had kind of patches of skin that were exposed, and his time in the captivity with the hogfolk had not treated him too particularly well. Now he seems much better. Comes down. You can see showing much more affection than Heart. He kind of grabs not than Heart, but then the average Blackbird. He grabs both your shoulders, Heart, and he goes in for like the Italian kiss, like either side of your cheeks, you know.
I'll return the gesture to him.
Yeah, you recognize Songbird. He is a resident bard.
The name Songbird, he had to be a bard.
Yeah, he makes happy bird noises at your return. He kind of the sounds kind of trail off as he looks over at all of you, and then kind of like there's the recognition that oh yes, I was given a task or whatever, and then he motions towards all of you, like Jail, Vexen, Singe, and Heart, and then he lets out a noise that sounds like a it's like the raven call that denotes the village, but then it's accentuated with like a flurry of wind kind of going through the trees, and this is kind of the way that they refer to their elders, like the top branches of the trees, where it also happens to be where they're situated. And it seems that you all have been summoned.
Well, seems the old lady was right.
Yes, I believe we have a meeting to attend.
Maybe we'll finally get some answer.
All right.
These people are.
So at this point, night has started to take effect. Let's see, where's my calendar? There it is. So arrived there around 6 p.m. Hung out for hour or so with the rattling sack and then some sparring. So yeah, it's around 8, maybe 7:30 or 8. The suns start to descend. You're treated to an amazing, picturesque sunset through the trees, far off as it sets. Oranges and reds kind of are easily visible. And all around, the village starts to blaze up as the lights from all the lanterns kind of increase in intensity. The hustle and bustle slows down a bit, but it still seems like nighttime commerce is a thing. You do see, interesting, yeah. At some point, some patrols arrive back at the village, kind of emerging from below. You can see, if anybody's watching, like down below, they kind of puff up out of some of the lower branches, kind of climbing up. And they kind of, the first thing they do is make their way to what looks to be a large building, kind of situated towards the middle of the village, where it appears that many of these armed Blackbirds seem to congregate. It's probably some sort of barracks or military encampment or something like that. They head into it, and soon after they head in, several fresher-looking patrols move past and seem to head down as well. So it seems like around dusk is when there's a switch.
Makes sense.
Yeah, worth noting is that the ones going out seem to look a little bit more experienced, a little bit more grizzled.
Are they are they all looking closer to heart, so more raven-like, or are they owls there too?
Yeah. So all of them are of course cloaked in black feathers. Many of them look to be well built, like heart. Most are wearing armor. Some are just cloaked in leather. Some have kind of hooded figures like Nyx blade and clutched like staves rather than traditional melee weapons. So you can surmise that there's probably a few casters amongst their ranks. Many of them are bearing symbols of the side profile view of a raven, similar to Heart's Shield. Looking around, you can see this emblem is carved, of course, into the training ground as well as into several other spots around the village.
I get the feeling they have a god.
It is a bird. Yeah, so do you all answer your summons then? Who's bleeding blue?
That's me.
Okay, fair. All right, so you all head on up then?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
Let's see. Let me copy you guys. I'll stack you up here.
Hero stack.
I'll bring you a little glider. You can come.
Hey!
Oh yeah, drawn bow and nicked blade bid you farewell as Songbird leads you up. All right. So like I said, it's nighttime now. You climb very high, passing by what look to be residentials. So it seems more the commercial stuff and more fortified buildings at the bottom. And then there's more residential and kind of entertainment stuff towards the top. You can see spots where there's platforms that seem to be solely for the younglings to participate in like games and things.
Jungle gym.
Yeah, they're probably like a. There's probably like a.
They
Yeah,
practice jumping through trees.
Yeah, there's probably like a, it's got like a net though, you know.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. So we got Jail, Vexen, Anne, Red, and Heart, and this little dude. Okay, and Songbird. Okay. Okay, so as you climb higher and higher past the residentials, you eventually get to an unassuming building with a platform outside of it that is built into one of the toppest part, one of the highest parts of one of these redwoods. At this point, you're easily like 350 feet off the ground. Looking out across the forest, there are more trees in the area that are similar in height, but this is one of, if not the tallest. All right.
Are we at a height where it starts to like slowly sway back and forth? You can barely feel it.
Yeah. These trees are massive, but I imagine once you get to this heights like this, yeah, even the most
buildings
sturdy
here.
of constructions, yeah.
Oh no.
All right, so you get up here. Yeah, so the platform appears empty, but as you get closer, Songbird stops at the very edge of the walkway that leads onto the wider platform, looking back to you all, giving like another chirp of appreciation to Vexen and Anne for the rescue, or I guess just Vexen was there. Yeah, it was Abigail that was there. But to all of you in general for your help, gives another happy welcoming to Heart for not being captured and eaten, and then gestures behind him to what looks to be an empty platform, and then moves past and begins to walk away.
Are we supposed to be on a new map now? Do I need to reload?
Yeah, I'm just wanted to see if you wanted to make any preparations or if you're just gonna.
Oh, okay. No, I think Jail's just gonna walk in.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have the letter.
Looks to make sure he looks nice.
Did we?
In a straight
Did any,
coat.
was the letter sealed?
Yeah, it had a wax seal on it.
Yeah.
You could have at some point jimmied it open and kind of, taken a peek.
Jail definitely would have. She does not trust Amias.
All right, essentially, you can see his. It's like a refined version of his one. He iterates him each time. This time, it's mostly touting the success of the Valorians' campaign against the Chucklehounds. It's known that the Blackbirds are in conflict with the Hog folks, so it also covers that. It's like a resume of the Valorians' ferocity, basically. Also talks about the marketplace that Amias helped to get built, that is under construction, where goods can be sold. He briefly mentions the brothel and how it's a work in progress, but nobody wants to back him on it. He kind of rambles a bit there, but then he brings it back around, and he kind of extends out the hand. It's probably about I'd give it like a 6 out of 10 in terms of quality. But you can tell Amias put 10 out of 10 effort into it.
Okay, that's amazing.
There are no spelling mistakes at all.
Alright, Jail will nod.
And it's in Sylvan.
It is in Sylvan, yes. He is slowly but surely getting better at his job.
Okay, well then at some point when she did do this, it was probably on the way there, so she could have virtually cast Comprehend Languages to read it.
Oh yeah, fine. Yeah, I guess he'd probably have like a Sylvan copy, Valorian copy just for kicks, and then like, what's the other? Oh, Druid speech. No, he wouldn't include that one because it's like the Hogfolk language. All right. Do you repackage it, or do you make any modifications?
No, I repackage it.
All right. Let me drag you guys over then. So
Hopefully they can't even read that.
Hopefully, yeah. As you step forward onto what you thought to be, or what was described as an empty platform, the same kind of effect that took place whenever you rose up on the platform, where things kind of spring into view, happens again. Seems like whatever magic cloaks the village also cloaks this spot as well. So as you walk in, you see 3 figures in the center of the room. Okay. So you all move in. Oh, Songbird, he dipped out. All right. So you all move in. There are 3 figures. One of which, let's see, is you can see kind of loose-fitting leather clothing, a belt with adorned, what looks to be different types of finger bones from different creatures, and this almost draws attention away from his body, which is kind of tinged in many areas, most prominently the eyes, with this bluish light, similar to what comes out of the torches around. And the eyes, kind of pupilless, seem to stare directly out at all of you, though likely still taking your measure. A great axe that also seems to radiate the same bluish hue also comes up off of their axe, which is in hand, though not levied or anything. Going to the next one, smaller Blackbird. Oh shit! Did I not? When I shift Z, you guys can see it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, another Blackbird wearing robes. Looks to be kind of piecemeal, shabby jewelry and plumage feathers that seem to have been plucked from the head of their own body, and with a scepter that's made of the same black wood that you've seen in use around the rest of the village, topped with what looks to be the skull of some sort of humanoid creature. It's kind of slender and has somewhat angular ear holes, I suppose. And with an onyx gem embedded in the skull, which seems to stare out at all of you. Situated in the middle of the room, that seems to be kind of where all the torchlight. It seems like all the torchlight is either set up or bends around this inhabitant, and the shadows kind of completely cloak them and their adjacent area. The only real indication of their presence is the slight sounds of rasping talons that you can hear originating from somewhere within the darkness. Yeah, so...
Oh yeah, I see it now. For some reason, I thought this was just a pillar, so I was looking around. Hey, where's the third guy they mentioned?
Yeah.
Yep. There he is.
For us who don't have dark vision, we just can't. It just looks like black. We can't even see the ring.
Yeah. So for Vexen and Hart, you can see a slight outline to something that seems to speak of Blackbird features, but it's like a character that hasn't been unlocked yet.
This is Vanta Blackbird.
Yeah.
Black 3.0.
New challenger.
Yeah, so as you all assemble, kind of shifting in their spot. So there's 5 pillows that are pretty nice that have been laid out for each of you to sit on, and then there's pillows that each one of the elders are seated on as well. Besides that, the room is fairly sparsely furnished. There's a small bookshelf in one corner that holds several kind of heavy tomes. But beyond that, it is pretty sparse. Shifting in their spot, the one that one of the elders kind of looks over at all of you and then makes the same sound that rattling sack did, the sound of a Rathian being put down, its name, and then the other one cloaked in the shabby robes lets out the sound of a bone snapping. And then finally, okay. So I need to get myself in the zone here. All right, so words come to you, kind of creeping forth from the darkness, spoken in first Sylvan, and then switching kind of after the first syllable, I guess, to Valorian. You hear first.
I'll bow down. I'll nod, and give a respectful bow, and say, "Anne."
Jail will do the same. and say, "Jail," and then pause and say, "Oh, if it's easier," and then she like plays a little on her violin.
Heart will give a deep bow.
You didn't tell me your name, but I'm Vex.
Singe would slightly bow down, but yeah, give his name. Singe.
Yeah, Vexen, it's your question. Are you're speaking Valorian?
Well, that's what came to us, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so...
But a reply comes back, seemingly directed at you, Vexen.
Oh,
It's an Ald Fair.
no.
Jail does speak that. Yes, Jail does.
Alright, yeah, here.
And also
I
speak
will,
Cloak as well.
Oh, okay, yeah. In that case, we've got two. Then I'll say, yeah, so, seemingly directed at Vexen's Inquisition, a reply comes back in Ald Fair, Word Vault.
Bolt.
Word bolt?
Word Vault.
Vault.
Like so.
Yeah, Jail would translate for Vexen.
Wait, who's speaking as me?
Oh, sorry, I had you selected.
Okay.
It's the bane of we need that mod where it doesn't let you talk or whatever as a people's tokens. Let's see. Okay. So yeah, returning to Valorian, the voice continues. So it says, grateful for heart. And when they say heart, there's just the mimicked thumping of a heart. But
I guess I'll say, you're welcome. We are grateful for him as well. Helped us
Okay.
defeat the Trouble Hounds.
yeah, you can see there's kind of like a shift from the shadow, and then here, fate of the Chuckle Hounds.
I'll point to my cloak.
There's silence as if waiting for elaboration.
Heart will make a wet slicing sound and the sound of picks on rocks.
There seems to be acknowledgement. Let's see. All right. Do you present the letter or anything?
I'll turn to Jail.
Jail sort of shrugs because, I mean, y'all are like the CORCE members. She's not. But it somewhat checked out, so she's okay with it.
I don't know.
The voice-
He's given us a lot of letters. We haven't used any of them, so.
Says,
Just got on.
Just let's use this poor man's letter.
Yeah, if you hand this letter forward, I guess you're closest to Merciful Land. We just pass it to him.
I guess the wisest one would probably be the one to give it to, so the snapping bone.
Yeah,
Whoa.
And I'll- if you had
That's making a lot of assumptions.
Yeah, this guy's
Alright.
glowing blue energy. He's got blue in his.
Well, from what Rattling Sack told us.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rattling Sack did say that there's it's either martial magic or both that marks you as a elder candidate. So yeah, if you hand it to Snapping Bone, though, they will kind of stab their staff into a spot in the ground. And you can see on the platform there's many spots where the staff has been driven through the wood.
He's strong enough to stab it through the ground. He has Marshall then.
And then opens the letter. Reading through it, just kind of quickly glancing through, there's like some quick back and forth in Sylvan between Snapping Bone and Merciful End, mostly commenting on the kind of state of the Chucklehounds. So, but they still speaking in kind of like affectations. So like different Chucklehound noises and things like that. Kind of not using actual voices. The only one you've actually heard speak so thus far out of any of the Blackbirds has been the word Vault. I'll turn his name on as well. But yeah, they kind of go back and forth, and then they finally settle on. Okay, they see mention, and they kind of turn back, and there's like kind of the snorting of the hog folk, and you see the shadows once again shift, and you hear in Valorian, hog folk. It's kind of like a question.
Our group has spoken to hog folk as well, but not as much as we have with you. She says in both Valorian and Aldfair, in case that makes a difference.
Defilers.
Quick OOC question.
Yeah.
What is like the feeling of the hog folks with Valoria?
I think pretty neutral or amicable even. The only interactions they've really had is between whenever you guys freed one of the Blackbirds, but did trade the Shadow Lynx Alpha head and its essence to do it.
Okay.
So not like active aggression or anything. With that though, you can see that maybe warming up or kind of getting more used to all of your presence, the shadow continues and says, "We are Blackbirds. We serve the Raven Queen in body and soul. She holds sway over death, and her decree is that all life comes to an end. To defy death is to defy her. To return from death is a greater affront."
And the
Yeah, folks that dead should stay dead.
and from what you said about the hog folk, they are defying this.
There's a pause. There's no reply from the vault, but Merciful End kind of looks and will give a nod.
Let's see.
What's your guys' relationship with the Fae? How does that fit in? And I also add OOC question: is the Raven Queen a known entity in the Valorian culture? And about that maybe.
If you've got training in religion, I'd say yes, but otherwise, no.
Sounds nice.
What about half proficiency?
Yeah, if you've got half proficiency, then yeah, you've read in passing about the Raven Queen. Their decree, what the word vault says, seems to line up with her ideals, and you know her as a god over the domain of not necessarily death, but more of like life, death, but more focused around ensuring things stay dead. So not in the way that
Right.
yeah,
Awesome.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, passing on to death and ensuring that things stay there. So
Hmm.
it's death domain, but it's not like death domain. I'm gonna raise some zombies, you know.
It's more like Grave Cleric.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because they do
I
have
think she's the example given for that, yeah.
her or Glemvor, kind of same vein. But anyway,
We don't know who those are.
you asked about the relation. Oh yeah, Glemvor, I don't think is even in the setting. But the Panther Man. You asked about the Sylvan. Give me a persuasion check, Vexen. With advantage, because you did bring the letter, which kind of explains. I think it. Okay. Harmony with Fae. Hogfolk, as you speak. Seek Fae.
Let's pray.
There's another nod of assent from the end.
Well,
At this, Jail will like scratch her little glider, and kind of looks like, well, you know, I'm with the people that want to protect these cute things.
I mean, and looks at the glider longingly, and then turns back and says, "Us Florians would like to, I guess, trade and as I'm pretty sure you've seen in the leather, have harmony with the Blackbirds."
Okay. Words. Cheap. Actions. Much telling. Rescued heart. Need more.
And what would that more be?
What do?
As they speak, you can see that or you can hear like the Sylvan. Each one, like the words and phrases, are kind of piecemeal, like they've been cobbled together from many sources of Sylvan. Though, or not Sylvan, sorry, Valorian. Because we're speaking into that, and then let's see. You can kind of tell that the Valorian vocabulary is more limited.
If anything, I can speak in Elffair as well.
Well, do you kind of start up in Allfair?
I'll every once if I see, you know, if he responds and then I respond back, I'll, you know, maybe throw in start speaking in Elffair if I see like anything different.
Okay. All right. As you do, the reply, it's almost like it's like a shift. They say, to be honest, our resources are stretched quite thin. If you'd like to build good faith between our factions, and as well earn rewards, there is work to be had here for capable warriors. And you can see that the speech here is much less piecemeal, and the vocabulary is much larger for Elffair.
Yeah, Jail will translate for non-Altfair people.
The defilers strain our resources. so too do those within our own walls. Not walls, borders. Let's see.
What threats?
Others of your kind? She says in Altfair.
No.
Does she still keep the accent in Altfair?
I mean, why not?
You have a southern.
biscuit?
I mean, she probably hasn't heard, like, enough, or, like, spoken it enough to, like, lose the
Yeah.
accent.
It's accented in the same way where like Latin would be accented. So yeah, the vault continues saying. So in Old Fair, the word they use to refer to the hog folk is defilers, and they say the defilers, trifled with magic they could not control, and have thus ruined themselves and land for many leagues. This corruption seeps into our mists as well.
Corruption, so that would be like that big shadowy cat that my friends helped destroy.
It affects and warps creatures differently. For the Fae, it empowers them, but also twists their minds. There is agreement in their speech.
And the defilers are spreading this corruption.
They continue their work, and this is another agreement.
To what end?
Trust. Must build trust.
As in, he's saying that I need to build trust with
Yeah,
them
you need
before
to-
they tell me that.
Yes.
Time to go make some bacon.
Well, we would like to earn your trust, but quite frankly, we have to consider the ramifications of each of our options.
Trust is a two-way. It's a give and take. For us to
Two-way
trust
path.
you, two-way path. For us to trust you, you have to show us some trust as well.
Too
Mm,
valuable a
that's what I just
commodity.
give me
You're
a
just repeating what he
persuade.
said back to him.
Yeah, but we've done that part already. Like returning heart, taking care of things, taking care of Songbird.
Yeah, I mean they've let you into their village and
Yeah.
even given you a meeting with their highest
Yeah,
council.
so-
That's true. All right.
But yeah, give me a persuasion with advantage. And you're both speaking in Altfair.
All right.
I've got a +5.
Can Jail do it and I give her help, or what? Or is it me because I said that?
You look at your faction reputation. You guys are at like friends, and you're trying to get to revered.
We're just asking who rolls.
Either
Doesn't
or,
matter.
yeah.
Was it persuasion? I got a +5. Otherwise.
Well, you have to be a jailer, and because they're the ones that
Yeah.
know.
I got a +5. I got
Go
it.
for I'll help you.
Yeah. Okay. You can see the darkness kind of unfurls, and even across the ground, some of the torchlight around the edges seems to kind of shirk back a little bit, and it's almost as if kind of like a pressure in the room kind of like drops slightly. The voice continues as Defiler's experiments in the lands to the east have caused this problem. Blackbirds have tried to remedy this, but we have been unable to thus far. Mana and magic is troubled. In recent years, it has waned and become unreliable. Let's see.
So, these defilers are doing this because they feel it would help magic.
They seek to bring about Armageddon.
Armageddon.
They hope to revive one that should stay dead. One that must stay dead.
Who do they seek to revive?
This is, for the time being, this is what I can reveal.
Very well, I understand. But I think we can all agree that Armageddon would not be a good thing for the outpost.
Yeah, with your passive insight, you can. Well, anybody. Yeah. Anne or
Well, I
Chills.
think I remember rolling well about what they were trying to, who they were trying to get. I don't remember. I remember calling him Big Rock Guy, but
That's, that might be a thing that's a different thing that they're not. Yeah. There's the Blackbirds concerns, and then there's other things.
Okay.
All right, so with passive.
Yeah. Oh, I was gonna say with passive. Yeah. Your 12s, you can see that you haven't noticed any deceit or lies within the conversation. But if you'd like, you can make active insights.
I would.
For this part, it would only be Jail or Anne because they're speaking Old Fair and then translating back. So it'd be really hard to insight if you're doing a translated version.
I'll go for insight.
All right. Okay. So obviously, they're obviously holding stuff back, but they've said so plainly. But it seems as if they are definitely concerned about the defilers, the hog folks, and their work.
Okay. Well,
I'm gonna let's see. How would they go about this?
Well, thank you. I probably would say something like, "Thank you for informing us about this threat. We would have to let our elders know."
Well, perhaps if you have information on the Hogfolk territory, we could take that back as well. And she unfolds like her hand-drawn copy of the BAM.
Okay, go over to the BAM. Merce Flynn kind of stands up from his pillow, comes over, and brings out a marker. Okay, I brought you the wrong one. It's this one. Okay. Okay.
I don't see any of the drawings on there.
You don't see any of them?
No. Do I need to reload?
Yeah, I need to reload.
Probably.
Alright, I'll reload.
So, Merce Flend takes his marker and kind of lays down his great axe on the ground, he gets on like a cross-legged and goes to mark the map. Word Vault continues, says, they have shored up and built their defenses well. They have dug themselves into the earth to the east. And you kind of draw some little burrows here. Okay. So okay. So yeah, he makes 3 like distinct markings on your map where the hog folk are shored up, and kind of where they built up like towns or infrastructure. There's what I am concerned about with you all is the defense of my own. We have not the manpower to deal with all that roams within our territory.
Speaking about what all roams everywhere, what is in between where we are now and the hog folk?
The result,
This area here.
hubris.
Oh, so more corrupted land.
The corrupted land.
All right, I'll make that note.
Maybe some more eyes.
Oh God.
Eyes with 2 heads.
Turn back to the
Marker.
the word vault and say, in a show of trust, is there something here in your lands that are causing you issue?
Yeah, this.
Maybe we can help with that.
Creatures from the corrupted areas to the east have wandered long into our territory. Hard it is to put them down, but we have thus managed. They feed on the Fae within our areas, and it is challenging to keep them at bay. Our patrols must contend with not only the creatures from the corruption creeping in, but also with harrying the defilers and stemming their progress until we can mount a full attack.
Understand. Okay.
So, when that full attack happens, we might be able to help. Would first be looking at the others.
Oh, they're right now their concern is defending themselves with all the threats that are in their land. So
You get the impression that before it seemed like they were able to kind of keep pace with the hog folk because of their higher skill, But now that they're kind of stretched on 2 fronts, where they've got to defend their own lands from not just hog folk, but from these creatures coming in from this corruption. While speaking of the corruption, Snapping Bone, who thus far has been quiet, lets out, I guess, a couple like shrieks punctuating like on the creatures. Goes through like a range of them. There's like 4 or 5 distinct shrieks that seem to be what they're referring to when they talk about these corrupted individuals.
Mm-hmm.
Do I recognize any of those?
Sounds.
Definitely not eyes, but give me an Arcana.
Oh, all right.
One
No,
thing.
griffins.
Not Griffin's eye. It's not like an eagle call.
One thing Anne will ask is that do these corrupted creatures attack the hog folk as well?
Let's see. The corrupted creatures attack any that draw close, defiled included. They are not safe from the consequences of their own, nor should they.
These hog folk seem like zealous cultists trying to resummon a demon, so...
That's good enough for me.
Mhm.
All right, so the word vault makes the sound of merciful end. It says, "Merciful end will aid you with your task."
Oh.
You can see merciful end kind of stands up and bows to you all.
Bow back.
Mhm.
Let's see. Warball continues, says, "The Raven Queen decrees that all life comes to an end, but we must ensure, for the good of our trust, that yours remain going for longer."
Thanks.
Certainly like that.
All right. So with that, I guess, yeah, Songbird, you can see them approaching as if summoned somehow, and then kind of comes in, and via snapping bone and all that, they kind of get up, and they bow. The shadows seem to kind of quiver a bit, and then it seems as if the meeting is concluded.
Hmm.
Unless there's any other questions.
I think we got it.
Don't
the east
think
is-
so.
So what we have is to the east, there's corrupted lands. There's monsters from the corrupted lands coming into their lands. They need help taking out those corrupted monsters, as well as dealing with hog folk. And the hog folk are causing the corruption.
Yeah, are the root cause, and then the corruption has just kind of grown from there.
Well, yeah, they started the corruption. The corruption is its own thing now.
Yeah.
But basically, they want us beating back the monsters that are coming that way.
So the show of good food.
I
Help with that.
did have one question. I think I asked, but it might have gotten lost. Did they mention something about some of their own kind opposing them as well?
I don't think so.
Okay, or like, are there other bird folk communities?
Let's see. They didn't say there was any conflict, but no, I don't think so. They didn't mention
Okay.
that.
The threats within their border come from the one next door.
Oh yeah, the threats within their
Misconstrued.
border. It's coming from the corrupted creatures, not rebel factions.
Yeah, they have threats inside their borders, but the threats are the corrupted creatures from outside their borders.
Well,
All right, we take you over to, I guess, the big ass map. All right, then if y'all would like, we can make this a two-parter. Unless if you don't want to trek back to the outpost.
I'm good either way.
I mean, didn't they say they would send X guy with us?
Yeah.
So that
like
would
not the outpost.
Yeah, no.
Right. So
Yeah.
we
Like,
can go.
seems to imply that
They're
they want
expecting
to
us
do
to
it
go
immediately.
down. Yeah.
Plus, we gotta wait a day for our gems to get cut.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I mean, I feel like we might as well at least do some scouting towards 13D21 in that direction and take care of anything we find.
and I've spent one spell slot, and Dom burned 2 points, and that's it.
3.
3
Yeah,
points.
I spent literally nothing.
Yeah, I spent
So
one.
we're still-
I burned one spell slot. That's it.
We can at least do probably 1 combat, maybe 2. We'll see.
I'd be fine with it. When could you guys do though?
Whenever.
Same time next week.
Same time next week should work for me.
To me.
Which day is next week?
The 15th.
That's the 15th. Should work by me, I think.
I'll just check in on Wednesday.
Yeah, I could do. Are they like days of the week? I guess that would work for people too, as well.
Only early morning because I'm on EU time, unless you want to replace me.
Yeah, it'd be hard to. I think it'd be hard to do early morning for because of jobs.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able
Yeah.
to do any early morning.
Yeah.
during the week.
Saturday works fine for me. Yeah, or Sunday, whichever.
Sunday wouldn't work for me, but Saturday would.
It's fine with me. All right. Whew, okay. So, Raven Call is on the map. Let me.
Yeah. I don't know, I made my trees too big. Unless we just get rid of the tall trees, and that's Raven's Call. Bam. There you go.
I don't
Is
know
it
if it's
relatively
okay.
in the middle?
I thought it was where we are
Where,
now.
Where the marbles is?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's kind of like. Yeah, there you go.
I'll just like draw like a nest.
Ooh, I kind of like this Assassin's Creed Raven. Oh, this one's alright. Trying to find a nice emblem to slap down.
Oh, there you go. That's that.
Steal my shield.
Oh.
You can throw that down.
That's nice too, yeah. I think this one. Ooh, man, this one's metal as hell. Ooh, I like this one.
Like, I wonder if somebody who doesn't know what's going on in like a new person who joins PvE sees the map and then sees all these drawings.
It's all theater of the mind. Yeah, we don't actually use battle maps or anything.
The East End would be most confusing, I think.
Yeah.
I attack dangerous cold.
Feather, some broccoli, and
Oh, that's pretty dope.
Broccoli.
and the word Raven Call. Hey, broccoli's like trees, right?
Where's it? Here's the color.
That said, defilers that want to bring about the end of the world.
As far as the Blackbirds are
Was-
concerned, at least.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know. We'd get the exact opposite because I'm pretty sure that the hog folk said the same thing about the Blackbirds when we had that conversation. That they were the defiled. It was
Well,
their
then the
fault.
birds are tainted.
Yeah, the tainted.
Because of their like fey nature.
is-
I like it.
This is very Mass Effect.
Yeah,
Need
they
some,
very much.
See, what we need is we need a separate group to go
To go
investigate
do the exact thing you just did, but the
Oh,
opposite.
you beat me to it.
And then
That's what I was
we
gonna
could
say.
fight about it in the whatever.
And we have an outpost debate.
Ooh, nice.
Unless
Which one of
we
these
kinda
races?
wanna
Like, all right, we gotta compare their racials. Which one has a stat?
Go back to the outpost. Oh.
Oh yeah, like if say things didn't work out, would Heart just leave?
Well, I just kind of want to level 2. That's all.
Lex just keeps losing PCs left and right.
Whatever.
True.
It's fun. Mostly because I play classes that I don't normally play.
All right, there's a nest.
That's awesome.
I know the villages are shaped like a nest.
I mean, think about it. It's like it's a bunch of wood piled and stick together in
I'm
in
gonna
a tree.
leave my broccoli. Thank you.
It's nice. That's big tree.
Okay, and then guess we got. Well, I guess we're done, right? Well,
Yeah. Well, yeah.
or
Yeah. Call
is there
it.
anything
Yes. Yeah. This is a good stopping point. Plus, we're at 4 hours.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Thanks everyone. Bye. We'll see
So
everyone
next
next
week,
same time.
yeah,
Sweet.
All right.
All right.
hunting for new allies.
Bye.
Ooh, yeah.
Bye.
Thing corrupt.